YouTube, you guys missed a legendarily enormous raid in the channel on Twitch a couple days ago. I did a Saturday stream, but I did not stream it to YouTube. I apologize, YouTube. I apologize. I didn't go live on YouTube, but we're live on YouTube now. And then I need to, we need to give it a second to marinate, and then I need to open this up, and we need to auto find and activate. There you are. Welcome, welcome, YouTube, to the fray. That would have been completely overwhelming if I had YouTube comments and 688 people all at the same time. I've seen something similar to that with an Arma felony. I don't know what that is, huh? I think I've seen it too. People racing around with the sim rig on like Mario Kart home circuit. Because that was originally what got us to Mini Z stuff, and why we were hacking all the Mini Z stuff, is that we had Mario Kart home circuit, and I wanted to cheat at it and put like a really nice motor in it and give it like a suspension and stuff, and then send it to Djibouti Show, because they were doing a whole bunch of stuff with Mario Kart Go Circuit, but Mario Kart home circuit. I didn't have time. We got too into it, and it got a little weird. Coworker sent me a ton of these scrap right angle motors, so I'm thinking a robot. Let me see what those are. Yeah, I gotta, this Social Stream Blade is not good at letting me look at links that you guys link me to, which is kind of a big shortcoming. It's a big shortfall. So this is what the image is. Looks like it might be. Yeah, that would be really cool. I do like the previous, the DualShock 4. I like that controller. I didn't think I'll ever like the feel of a PlayStation controller, but apparently pretty decent. What is this? Wow. Thank you for making this. No one else covers these bug assaults as in-depth as this man. So people leaving like comments that I did a good job. Thanks for the upload. Will come in handy when I set up my dash with AAPS. Ah, couple nice YouTube comments. That's nice. Are there other pictures in here? No, it just immediately tries to get me to watch more shorts. That was a short, but I didn't hit play. The felony is a 1/8 scale 6-cell basher. I worked at a hobby shop, and we sold them to the guys saying they wanted a car that was faster than their friends. That's pretty funny. That's awesome, actually. Yeah. My friend has a fast RC car. I have to go faster. The problem is with Mini Z, you can go fast, right? You can have the fastest car. You will not grip on anything. You will not turn, or it'll just flip the other direction with the differentials going out of control. Because like the motors and the batteries are not the limiting factor here. You need. Yeah, it's like you want control, and you want predictability, and you want, there's so many different things. One thing that I can't stand about RC cars, though, is that there's this wealth of designs and models and stuff, and the things that you see people racing are just like Lexan like wedges. They're just like plastic wedges with like the lightest RC car frame underneath it, and it's like the equation has been boiled down to such bare bones that it's kind of boring. I mean, it's all well and good for competition and stuff, but like, I don't know. I like to see a variety of things racing on a track instead of all the same thing. And I guess that just depends on what leagues you're watching. There was some of the hobby stores put webcams up, during the pandemic era. And so they had a bunch of heats that people were running, and we were watching those late at night on the Discord. It was pretty fun. But again, it's like all the same car. I have a couple PS3 controllers, but I have this one PS4, and it's really nice for everything. Robot simulation, gaming. Yeah, I haven't used mine in a while, but I did use it a lot for gaming, and it was more comfortable. I mean, they made it bigger and fatter. Because on the older PlayStation controllers, you're really kind of crushing your hand to get to those analog pads. But on the DS4, they kind of spread it open a little bit more, and you get a little bit more feel for the whole thing. It's just kind of a nice controller. The single fastest car ran by somebody I spoke to while working there was a heavily modified Arma Typhon. They told me they had hit 140 in a massive abandoned parking lot. Damn. from Free Cycle, from my friend's adventures in Free Cycle. I have one friend who always is like, hey, I found some cool stuff, and it's actually not a dead computer power supply. It's actually something cool. And so that's where I got like the weird Windows like industrial PC and a couple other weird things that I have in the shop. One of the cooler weird things that he brought to me was a 1/10 scale RC car. That's a road car. It's going to be way too expensive to put like a nice motor and stuff in there, although I'd love to. Apparently that frame, Short Lurker found a video of somebody taking that car to like over 100 miles an hour, which is insane at that scale. That's crazy. They were on like a piece of road where there was actual traffic. They kept having to like, it was just during like a lull in traffic on like a snowy day. They were able to take this car way out and back and do 100 miles an hour. Crazy. Insane, insane. That's like going 300 miles an hour at scale. Yeah, just for our fat American hands. It's crazy though, because if like, man, you hit a pebble and you end up, you know, running through somebody. RC10B3, I used to have one of those. Yeah. Fast enough to still control, can't imagine 100 miles per hour on an RC car. Yeah. I bought the RC10B3, I think it was, yeah. RC10B3, and I bought it because in some RC car magazine, they put a Toyota Celica body on it and had like an off-road like rally Toyota Celica, and I wanted to do that project, and I did, and then I was like, this sucks, and then so I turned it back into a buggy, and then later on, I got some Invader Zim stickers and made it a Doom buggy. I just had Doom on the spoiler, and it was matte black and had Invader Zim stickers all over it. I never claimed I was cool. I never claimed I was cool, all right? Just get the, you know, don't get it twisted. The felony I mentioned earlier was marked as being able to go 70 miles an hour out of the box. What the uncool. Cool, uncool. My sales pitch was that you could toss it out of your car on the highway and have it drive alongside of you. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't know how fast I got the B3 to go, but that was before, like, man, recent times with lithium ion batteries and 3-phase BLDC motors, like, holy crap, electric has gotten its legs back. Friends used to be like, I'll never race electric, gas cars for life. And I was always the electric guy, and it was always like, well, I mean, they're fun, and you don't smoke up your house with it, you know, it doesn't smell weird. I saw two kids at college, they had an RC car, which was weird enough to have in Philadelphia, but they put, you know, instead of doing whippets at an engineering school, you get people who plug these things into their RC car. What's up, Mahalo Tube? Mahalo over on YouTube. And so, yeah, there's the Twitch comment now. Flipping platforms. The executives would have their panties all in a bunch if they knew what you were doing. But they put one of the whipped cream sprayers on their RC car. They hooked it up to the air intake. And so they had a nitrous injection on their RC car, and that thing kicked. We were at one of the top floors of the housing thing, and we were looking down at the parking lot, and we saw that little RC car, wee, and it would tear on a straightaway, and they'd take it back over and around. It was awesome. Very, very cool. I didn't know you could do that. I thought maybe the equation was a little different. Because I thought the whole thing with nitrous is that you're trying to change the chemical equation by stacking one of the products of the combustion. And so if you have that product of combustion already saturated, then it's going to make other products of combustion, which are more boomy. They make more boom for your boom. And so they make your pistons go blah, 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 bang, clatter, clatter, clatter. That's the whole point of nitrous. And so I thought that alcohol and non-gasoline motors would not benefit from the nitrous oxide, but I guess it does. I guess it does. What's up, Poopsie Doodle? How you doing? I'm hoping we can eliminate some of the side factors that were going on the last time we tried this. I meant to try this stuff over the weekend, but I just didn't have the motivation after having 10 million people here with me troubleshooting. I'm going to sit down now that things are calm, and we're just going to take a look at this and see if we can't actually get this thing to function the way we wanted it to. I think what happened was eventually by the end of the day, my Bluetooth stack was having enough of my bullshit. I gave it a massive static shock through this mouse because 3D Connection decided to put a bunch of metal on the mouse. So it went kaboom. And then the computer, I think just the USB was just a little shaken after that. So a good restart helps it out. How's the LED dog collar? It functions. I need to do a little bit of testing with it before I even let it close to my dog. I think I can probably put everything back together. I want to find that one covered selector switch that I have so that I can actually have a legitimate battery cutoff on the thing. Instead, because it'll turn off with the power button, but then I can legitimately turn it off with a switch on the side. I think that would be the best thing to do. What was that? I don't care about your engine at all. You can probably get away with worse ratios too. I mean, you know, whatever. I do like the electric stuff and where it's gone though, because you can get all this power out of an electric RC car motor. It's great. You run the gas engine RC cars? I do not. That was the thing for a while. I don't see them much anymore. There's still a thing. I had friends who were way into it, you know, and I know of it and was sort of around some of it. A friend of mine got an Italian handmade motor for his RC car. I was like, I'm not doing that. Like, yeah, nitro's okay. It's fun. It is fun. I just don't want all the hassle and the fuss and the nonsense and the mess. I'd rather do electric. And nowadays we've got some pretty amazing electric motors, you know? The nitro cars I see in normal hobby shops are from Traxxas. It's the only one of 2 models. I guess electric has taken it over, huh? They used to be a big deal. But I guess now you get much more power out of an electric motor. Thanks to lithium-ion batteries. Batteria. Yeah, we got to do a little soldering at the beginning of stream here. We'll do a little bit of soldering. We're going to see if we get the same output from a different one of these modules. It's possible that this one was DOA. The only people we sold nitro engines to were mechanics who wanted to tinker. I mean, it's fun. It does seem like a lot of fun. It's the same thing like if you want to get like a real drones are real. Drones are real. I hate to break it to you, bother. Drones are real. But if you want to get like a crazy RC helicopter, you can get one of the older ones that has a gas engine, and you have to sign like insurance waivers on and stuff because it will kill you dead. It will kill you super duper dead because it's a gas motor with a giant propeller on it, right? And if you do something wrong, it'll crash and you have to fly it like a real helicopter. That could be a lot of fun. It looks like it's a lot of fun, but at the same time, you can just go get a drone on Amazon for $5.99. Yeah. Fun to tinker with, but I don't know. I got all these rails like sitting right near my knee. Still a fan of doing RC harvesting engines from broken lawn care equipment. That sounds a lot of fun. There was a treadmill on the curb back in college, and I always wondered if I should have taken the motor out of that and used it for something stupid like that. Yeah, that sounds awesome actually. Turning random 2-stroke engines from like lawn care equipment into RC cars. That sounds like a lot of fun. I should have done more of that stuff. Now I'm locked in the basement. I don't have a garage anymore. If I had a garage, I'd have a project car. RC go-kart better than RC car. Some of my neighbors have one of those, what do you call those? One of those kind of the little toddler cars. They have one of those. And apparently what people are doing with those nowadays, with those little toddler go-kart things, it's not a go-kart, it's like a car. What they're doing is they're taking the battery system out of them. Power wheels. Yeah, was that a power wheel? Yeah, power wheels. Why didn't I remember that? I think my brain is starting to go. I'm losing my mind. What they do is they take power wheels, they remove the battery, and they throw it at a dolphin. Just throw it in the ocean. And then what they'll do is they'll take, you can buy an adapter that fits the 20-volt tool batteries. And so those, you put 2 of them in, and you've got a pretty potent power source, and you can just drop it on the recharger of your regular old power tools. Pretty cool stuff. What up, Mr. Copper? How you doing? Nitro's still a thing in RC racing. I would assume it's still around because, I mean, people who like their gas engines love their gas engines, so. I am probably going hyperglycemic as we were talking here. Let's check what my blood glucose is doing. Where is that? I never find it in time. I need to put that to a Stream Deck button. I haven't done Stream Deck programming in a little while. I'm actually not going hyperglycemic. I was lied to. My body feels hyperglycemic, but it's not. All right. Yeah, I decided to start a little early today because I got bored. I was like, I'm going to eat lunch early and then lunch will settle by the time I stream. And so I ate lunch and then I'm sitting at my computer just like jerking. No, not actually. I'm sitting there at my computer just bored. And I'm like, you know, I should be streaming. Let's start up. Then I can get the intro out of the way. We can actually start working on this thing. Part of stream is that I am horribly ADHD. Without even telling you guys have seen the symbols, the signals of me being completely ADHD. And part of stream is it motivates me to work on the things that I need to work on. 90% of chat ADHD. I think Twitch is a platform that tends to self-select into the ADHD realm. It seems that way. I need a haircut. Holy crap. We're getting a little mullety here. Scavarl. Never would have guessed it. Yeah, right? I don't have a good video of it, but here's my leaf blower trike. Oh, hell yeah. Let me take a look at that. I'm taking a look at that. I'm going to look at a leaf blower trike. You got me there. That got me over a barrel. The audio for this is not going to be audible to VODs. It looks like it's about to fall apart, and I love it. So, wait, so what you're doing is... It's a trike, so I guess you got two wheels behind you. You're pushing it down with your foot in order to get... That's awesome. Oh, there we go. There it is. That's great. I love it. Oh, that's the gas pedal. Okay, the gas pedal's over here. I see, I see. Awesome. It was direct wheel drive. Damn. Oh, so you had to actually operate a Victorian lever kind of clamp in order to get it to not be engaged. That's the best part about making a mutant vehicle is you have to have something that's like a Victorian steam lever on it. This is my Victorian steam lever. Actually, this isn't even going to be on the sim setup. I worked a little bit on the sim setup, and I really do mean a little bit. I really did not do much. I bolted the chair down, and in bolting the chair down, I once more became covered in sweat. I don't know what it is about automotive seating that makes it such an amazing piece of shit to maneuver into place. I don't know what it is. Like you wrangle these giant things that aren't too heavy, but they do have a little bit of weight. Oh, cool. Finally, I can pay for viewers. I've been waiting to do that. Sheesh. In train speak, it's a Johnston bar. There's a lot of weird terminology in trains, like foamies, which even my buddy whose dad is huge into trains did not know what a foamy was. And I'm like, that might mean that you are a foamy. People that work in train yards refer to the oddly adamant fans of trains as foamies because what they do is they are foaming at the mouth and they come into the train yard and they go, ooh, ah, look at all this stuff. And then they get squished by a train because they're not paying attention. Biggest thing about a train yard is that it is an active industrial site and you need to be careful. You need to have your head on a swivel. Foamers are frothing at the mouth about trains. Yes. It's train yards, dangerous place. Take it from an engineer that has nothing to do with trains and is not a fan of them at all. No, I listen, I'm from Pennsylvania. Trains are cool. I only know about trains because of the crossover in heavy industry. I only know about trains because I'm an engineer, and an engineer is always like 1 or 2 degrees of separation away from somebody who is an absolute psycho about trains. And so I knew several people in college, several friends of mine put quotes around friends, I guess, that were big train people. They were big people, but they were also into trains. It's crazy. But then my friend's dad is like way into model trains, like to the point where he travels the country with a train setup that they can deploy from a trailer. My stepdad was huge into trains, never really got into it. We had a backyard O-scale track. Huh. Yeah, I don't know much beyond what you guys just heard me say. Let's be honest. I tried to figure out what the pedal distance is, and I think it's going to be exactly the length of this frame, but without the seat able to adjust. And I could probably wire up some power to that and have like 10 seconds of seat time to adjust it a little bit and see what the range is. Because having the seat where it is right now, which is a relatively neutral spot on the rail, I think it's towards the middle. I don't know if it's forward a little bit more than I want it to be, because the pedals would have to be a little bit beyond the end of the sim setup, which I'm okay with. I can work with that. But I need to set them up so that they're a little bit more stable. All I did was put the pedals. So because I had an office chair with the sim setup hooked up to it, what I did is I clamped what used to be a keyboard shelf on my work desk. Basically the long rails clamped to the swivel chair and had the pedals all the way in front. And that was the setup that you see here. There were some additional bolsters in order to make sure that it didn't collapse under the force of my pedaling. But now I can probably mount it to some of the much more stable 40/40 rail, burp, and get it all the way at the end and see if I can get the distance right. I still think I love my idea of buying just another chair base, because remember the chair base adjusts tilting, height, and then lateral distance. And so if I flip that upside down and mount it to the top, I could have the pedals coming down from that, and then the pedals could be adjustable. But I think that's a little bit much right now. Looks like a tight fit. I mean, I sat there with my stumpy legs dangling, and my stumpy legs, I can barely touch this bar with my toes, with my beautiful toes. I can barely touch this bar right here with the seat in the position that it's in right now. So it's perfect for me because I'm stumpy. It's like 2HO scale, which is the typical train scale you would have in the house. What, like the 70s scale where it's like big? Because like the model trains I'm used to, of course my dad had a model train set again. Like I said, I'm Pennsylvanian, so from Philly. I was born in the hospital of West Philadelphia. In real life, unlike the Fresh Prince. But anyway, yeah, non-rideable but big. Yeah, so the ones that I'm used to are like the much smaller scale ones. But that was again just because my dad like barely made a train set in the attic when I was a little kid. Back in the 80s when everybody was fucking rich. They were all making all this money. But the ones my friend's dad were into were that slightly larger. Would be fun to build an automated latte maker that delivers via model train rail. There are, Copper, like there are countless cafes that do that. There's one in Germany that delivers all of your food via model train. And then we used to go to Checkers, which had the floating, the ceiling hung train on it too. I was like, ooh, that's neat. Yeah, I don't know what it is that tickles people's fancy about model trains. They're just fun and totally nerdy. You could probably get away with some 3D printed parts to make your pedal adjuster stuff. Yeah, but I mean, think about it. Like so I've got two motors on the steering column, and those two motors would be controlled by one of the computers. I have a second computer for the pedals, or sorry, for the chair, a second chair computer, right? What am I going to do with this? This was a wasted $20 before I knew that my brother had the original computer from that chair. So if we can hack the CAN bus signals, if this thing happens to be unique, if it doesn't have the same CAN bus address as the chair, that means I have motor controls. And so if I buy another seat base, that's three of the motors, three of the six motors that this thing can control, and then I can put the other two to the steering wheel, and so everything can be controlled by another CAN device. That would be really cool. But again, I'm not going to do adjustable pedals. It's a lot more project than I want right now, even though we are taking sort of the streamer edge to this thing and making it cool and doing weird stuff with it. Because I mostly about the pedal and the sim project, I appreciate how weird it is. I like weird. Having the pedals be able to be adjusted like that might not seem like it's all that great, but it would be really, really funny if I gave chat control of it. Also, if I did the seat back thing and I was able to get the pedals to go up and out of the way so that I could do flight controls, that would be kind of cool too. James Twains were peak tech in America for a long time. Maybe it's a remnant of that fascination. Maybe, I mean, just a little model that you can control and go choo choo, and you're like, ha 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 ha. I don't know. There's something about it. I like Twains. I don't personally do anything with train sets, though. I think it's neat. People should have their hobbies. You should forget gaming and just add some electric wheels to that rig. I was thinking about it. A la Space Engineers, if I just put like some swiveling casters. Well, I do have swiveling casters, but if I put motorized swiveling casters on all four corners, I could pretty much just make it drive somewhere. All I would need to do is put like a lot of batteries on it. Yeah, I bought a Mercedes steering column, and the Mercedes steering column has two motors in it, so the wheel will be able to move laterally and tilt up and down. And the problem is the tilt is like the axis of the tilt is such that like where the column meets moves. And so you need to actually have a drive shaft that can extend. So I had to also buy $20. I had to buy the Mercedes drive shaft specifically. So positioning that is going to be difficult, and I don't know where we're going to put it. I will be able to mount it, and then I'll have the motor elsewhere. It'll be kind of like somewhere in front of the entire sim rig. Yeah, so the whole thing actually works via that motor right there. And that is a 2 horsepower Mitsubishi Mel servo. It's it's running on like 50 volts or something. 48? I think it's 48 volts that it runs on. And it has a significant amount of force. I can overcome it, but it is a workout when we turn the force all the way up. Meanwhile, I slept funny on my wrist, and my wrist is killing me today. It hurts like hell. So we're not going to be doing that much physical stuff. We might play with the pedals a little bit, but yeah, it's like, meanwhile, I'm building something that can break my thumbs. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't have to. Let's get the music out of here. What's the point of starting early if I just talk with you psychos all day? I do like having the hangout session is to help me kind of get in the game. Right, and I do very much enjoy it, although we are not a podcast. So let me lower the volume here. Let's get to work. Let's do work. We got to do work. Turn that down. Hit pause. Setup. Hit the start soon button. Look at how automated all of this cool stuff is. Hi, welcome to the show. I'm Twitch's oh bother. Some people would describe me as that. I guess I've got a weird notoriety in that I've been doing this for a long time. My ADHD mind does not know this thing you called work. Oh, it does. Oh, yes, it does. As soon as you tap into that ADHD hyperfocus, you will not know anything but work. You will not know food. You will not know bathroom breaks. You will simply do work. And then you will come out on the other end and go, why are brain tired? Oh, because I've been working for 11 hours. Anyway, so ADHD aside, welcome to the show. I am the ungroomed. I have not gotten a haircut in way too long. Oh, bother. I need to trim my beard. I need to do all kinds of stuff with my personal life. Whatever. We're going to work on stupid things like a sim setup. The sim setup down here, I have been working on the mechanicals a little bit. I have the chair bolted down. We have all of the pins of the chair that are relevant, which is basically just CAN bus and power. That's it. That's all that really comes out of the chair that you need, because there is an entire goddamn computer located under each seat. I don't know why. It's kind of clever of BMW to do it, I guess. After the E46 model BMW, things got so complicated that they decided instead of running 500 wires to the chair, they would run 2 and power. And so all of the other stuff, I just got an ad asking, have you eaten yet? Is it 4 noodles? I've already eaten. Anyway, so all of the seat controls, because these seats are getting more and more featuresome and complicated. You have heat, you have sometimes cooling in the seat, you have farts in the seat, you have adjustments on the seat, you have sometimes vibrators in the seat, on the seat if you're coming home from a certain, anyway, but yeah, so all that stuff can be digitally controlled and diagnostics by a digital CAN bus system. So BMW has the K bus. I don't know if it's just because the Germans can't spell CAN without a K. I don't understand. But anyway, K bus on the BMW is just a CAN bus system. And so I want to actually talk to the computer that's in this chair. Because this computer has a chair, this chair has a computer, and being able to speak to it digitally means that I'll be able to actually adjust the headrest, which for some fucking reason is not on the side panel of controls for the chair. I don't understand. I don't know why. That's just how they did it. There is an adjust up and down on this thing, but you can't do it on its own controls. Also, it would be very funny if we knew the CAN bus commands for that chair, because what I can do is have MQTT send a little oopsie doodle command through Node-RED to the chair system, or to the sim rig, and have it adjust the position of the chair. So I can give you guys control of the chair, either using channel points or real money or whatever, and you can completely ruin my day while I'm trying to just play a chill simulator game. I think that would be a lot of fun. So anyway, we need to like continue with this, and we need to actually get CAN bus working away. You see, what people do is they buy these BMW chairs because they are made nicely, they're strong, they're comfortable, they're perfect for a simulator. You can sit in them for 5 hours at a time. And then they discover that when you power them up, you can only adjust the chair for about 10 seconds. In order to alleviate that, what you can do is on the orange and green wires, in either one, you can send it a pulse. People are buying this little like Amazon adjustable pulse sending thing, and they send it a 1 kilohertz pulse that'll fool the seat into thinking that CAN bus is working. But that's not how we do here. That's not how we do here. We took a Granite Devices controller, we plugged a radio modem into it for the wireless wheel system, and I said, you know, I don't really want to have to recharge my wheel. So instead of the wireless wheel system, we programmed an ATtiny, an Arduino microcontroller, to speak like the TXRX modem and virtually connect to a wireless wheel so that I could press more buttons, right? And that the wheel is hooked up. It's got a slip ring where it's got infinite spinning ability. It is not a wireless accessory. We fool the controller into thinking there is one. Now I'm planning, I think I should go to open force feedback. That's a different system from the Granite Devices system. It supports the motor driver for the Granite system. And I think if I'm smart enough, we can get it running on the Granite board. So that's where I think we're going to go. And open force feedback, that system speaks CAN bus as well. It can do all of the analogs on CAN bus. And so our system, or our system is going to speak CAN bus. And I think that's going to simplify the entire setup. In order to adjust and control and reroute what the buttons are doing, what I'd like to do is have it filtered through Node-RED. So we'll have CAN bus that all the stuff speaks, all the buttons and the analogs, and then we'll have CAN bus that communicates with the computer as a joystick or joysticks. That will be configurable. So it'll be open-ended configurable. And so in Node-RED, what I can do is I can say, this button, I want it to hit this button on the joystick, this button on the joystick, this button. And that way I can jump into a game and go doot, 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 and connect all the dots. And I will have, you know, one or more joysticks on the system that will control games. Because different games get weird about different controls. And from what I'm seeing in my winter car, I'm going to have to find a key switch too, because it's got all those features, which will be kind of fun. So that brings us to what's on the table here and what we worked on when we got a whole influx, a big bolus of viewers from UWO. I was going to sit down and do a little bit of troubleshooting with this shifter. This is an automatic shifter from a BMW F10. It's a little newer than the ones in the other Lone Star, subbing with the Prime for 35 months. The other Lone Star used to stream. Probably still does, but used to too. Lone Star had at a little Twitch thing in New York, he had little robots that would try to bonk each other on the head with a hammer that chat could control. And so I took that. I didn't really take that concept. I kind of thought about it. Oh yeah, that's right. You now work professionally with museums. That's freaking awesome. So cool. But anyway, I don't think I got the idea from Lone Star. I think I was working on it on my own, but we built a chat controlled tank, and I I gave it an X-Acto knife during a Rabaz raid. So we had all those psychotic Rabaz fans trying to actually stab me with a knife. Ah! Sorry, that was a piece of frame. I've got all this frame stuff sitting around. See, what happened, Lone Star, is my brother during Thanksgiving comes home and he goes, hey, so I was in the junkyard and I saw another interior for my BMW. You want a chair? And I said, yes. And so he drops this giant piece of responsibility on me. I had to source the 80-20 or the 40-40 rails to make a sim rig. And so I'm making an entire sim rig, and then I'm going to give chat control of funny stuff on it. So the BMW seat computer speaks CAN bus, and I'm hoping to give chat CAN bus commands so that they can adjust my chair. Imagine streaming to the weirdos in chat. Yes. Used Brian and my GitHub for the Twitch interaction for the Stabby bot. Aha, yeah, Brian Locke. How's he? I haven't dropped in on Brian Locke in a long time. He's awesome. He was a big creator. I kept up with him on Twitter, but then Twitter became fucking awful. so I'm not on any of that anymore. I went to Blue Sky with a whole bunch of the other electronic creators from Twitter, and I had like 300 followers, and then my account got hacked, and so now I don't have anything. Oh, there's the alert finally? What? Oh, that was... Why did that take so long? Well, thank you for subbing, Lone Star, for 35 months. Turning on the seat heater for 30 seconds. I hope there's a seat heater in there, although I've heard that the sports seats might not have heaters in them. I hope they have a heater in them. And that's still all controlled with this thing right here, so... But I don't know if the heater wires were populated on the harness. I thought I saw something about the heater wires, and they might not have been there. But I think they might be these. These are these. Because these are all the motors. This one's missing a couple of the motor wires too. Huh. Excuse me. So anyway, this is an automatic shifter from a BMW F10. This thing also speaks CAN bus. They've gone pretty much digital with all of these different car systems. And you get different trim levels for the shifter and everything. You can just replace the whole component. And it speaks digitally to the rest of your car. So what we want to do is be able to communicate with this shifter. We had a little bit of a waffling about in chat, and also just basically during last stream. Last stream was very stressful. If you guys weren't there, Uo's Lab dropped in on us with about 700 people. I'm not embellishing the numbers on that one like I usually do. That was literally 700 people dropping in on my lap. I can only take so much on my lap. But anyway, we had to do the full shop tour because it's more exciting than sitting here poking ones and zeros all day. But then we did get to actually troubleshooting this thing a little bit, and it was a madcap session of troubleshooting. We tried all kinds of different things. We had all kinds of different pinouts that we were waffling on about and going back and forth on. We settled on the pinout. It does appear to be the correct one. And we finally, after like bending this thing's arm backwards and forwards, I was able to actually see this thing communicating on CAN bus. That's one hell of a lap dance. Yeah, it's more like a being under a parade. So anyway, we didn't really make it very far, but we did see communications. And what I saw during my probing, because one of the things that I didn't, maybe it's something I don't realize about my stream and the way I work, is that we're actually pretty good at troubleshooting on this stream. We are pretty well learned in it. One of the cooler tweets that I ever saw about my stream was that one of the creators on Twitter at the time, dropped in when we were just getting done machining something, and I flipped the switch and nothing happens. And I went, wait a minute, what's going on? And so we actually went through a session of troubleshooting in order to find out that the contacts on the switch had gone bad. But we boiled it down all the way to those contacts, and I was able to take the thing apart, take a look at how the switch works, and find that the contacts had, stuff on them. And the person was like blown away by how efficiently we were able to troubleshoot and get to the issue very quickly. And I don't realize that because it's just ingrained. It's just what we do. Something doesn't work. How do we get the answer? Let's go. So yeah, we're actually pretty good at that here, which is why it's very discouraging that we were unable to get anything to happen with CAN bus. We have a program for the Arduino that'll be able to spit out all of the CAN bus messages that are happening in a serial printout. It wasn't spitting out any signals, and simultaneously, this CAN bus interpreter wasn't transmitting anything back to the microcontroller. The MCP25, whatever the hell this thing is. Whoa, okay, hold on, we gotta calibrate that. Let's just quick little calibrate on that sucker right there. There we go. Whew, okay, that's better. That's like, when I don't calibrate it, there's like a delay, and you don't want a delay in your microscope because then you end up stabbing yourself with a soldering iron. The MCP2515 is a little bit more comprehensive than your typical, whatever it is, differential signal interpreter. This is actually the chip right here that interprets all the signals. But in order to not overwhelm your microcontroller so that it maybe has a couple spare cycles or it can go check on other stuff and do other things, what happens is the MCP2515 stands in the way of all of that digital noise and then becomes a little signal filter that you can use. We're not using it as a signal filter, so I don't even know why it's here, but I guess it's part of the equation of our CAN bus interpretation, and we're trying to get something that shows us all of the CAN messages that are out there. So we're expecting the signal out to actually give us some data, and it wasn't giving us any data. Meanwhile, on the CAN bus itself, on the differential signal itself, we were seeing messages that were coming out of this thing. This thing was feverishly trying to communicate with something else. So I'm starting to suspect that something is wrong with this board. In order to rule that out, I bought 5 of them, so I'm gonna take a look at another one. But I did a little thing that would help us breadboard it, which is put the pins on the other side. So we need to do that to this one. Let's do that real quick. We'll do a little bit of soldering, and then I can throw this thing up onto the breadboard, and then we can determine whether or not it's actually the MCP25 whatever that's getting in the way. Also, my USB like shit the bed at the end of stream yesterday, or the end of last stream. It just completely failed on me, so. I was lucky to both start and stop using Twitter in the early days, 06 and 07. I made an account, went to bed, woke up to about 1,000 DMs from porn spam bots, then deleted it. I never really wanted to go on Twitter at all. I just used it to kind of coordinate streaming. I don't know. I never really felt the need for it, but I mean, it's had all kinds of different contexts throughout its history. That's kind of interesting. Now we're going to make sure that we put enough heat on this thing. What we're doing is we're replacing a pin header, and when we do that, we want to be careful not to pull up any of the traces that are associated with the different communication lines. Now I checked on the other one, and it doesn't look like we tore up a communication line on this thing. It just seems like the MCP25 whatever is just not responding. It's just not doing anything because it's getting a signal in and it's not sending a signal out. Some of these were reported to be DOAs from other purchasers of these things. So now, all right, pin headers. They're a major pain in the butt because there's a lot of like pins to operate on, right? What we do is we remove them individually by heating up the solder, letting all of the solder become molten. So I'm going to add a little bit of my own solder to this just to make sure that there's a little bit of flux present from the rosin core solder. Is this, oh, that's not even powered on. There we go. It is in sleep mode. So I gotta wait for my iron to heat up. Okay, it's heated up. This is a 300 watt iron, so it's pretty potent. So I'm just adding a little solder to all of these just so that it's got all of that extra momentum to the heat. Do you solder using a fan? I have a fan on my back right now. Like I'm not like wearing a fan. I mean, there's a fan like pointed at my back. Yeah, that was the one reason that I spent $300 on a soldering iron, was because it heats up immediately. The irons nowadays are actually pretty good. I don't even use my Blue Sky account. I was thinking of deleting it. I didn't mind Blue Sky. I liked it. I wish their customer service would get to my hacked account. That would be nice. Like, hey, can I like have my account back, please? You got to make sure to hold heat for just a little longer than you think, just because you want to make sure that the solder is all the way molten. If you don't, you can accidentally pull up the pad. They're getting better. I still use the $5 El Cheapo from Harbor Freight. The house burner, the old Radio Shack house burner iron. I don't really like those. I need my temperature control. Being able to like instantly remove a trace from a circuit board is not a good thing. All right, the only problem is these have a big spring on them, and so as grippers, they're not great. They're okay, and I use them for the little grippy jaws on the front. They're good. These are really good for that. Twitch always trying to teach me how to count. What's going on here? 3-stream streak. I've seen people have like big watch streaks and announce them in chat. I haven't turned that feature off. Do 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 do. Okay. Love my house burners. Yeah, until they burn down your house. Blue Sky's two-factor authentication is just a code sent to your email. How's that any better than a password reset request if someone gained access to your email? Yeah, well, what happened was somebody gained access to my account, they posted a bunch of porn shit, and then got it banned. Not a fan. I'm not a fan of that happening. It sucks, man. I had a pretty decent account. Flatulent Gonad was like, just make another account. Surely you'll get many followers. Like, nope, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna reach 300 like I did before. It just completely killed the whole platform for me. Kind of sad. At least until I'm capable of recovering it. This is like a ground pin, so there's it takes a lot of heat. Get off. This thing is magnetized. I hate it. Your homeowner's insurance is paid up. All right. One way to look at it. All right. Easy peasy. Now there's, this leaves behind little fingers of solder that can hold on to the plastic. But now that thing is gone, we need to get the solder off of these pins again. We get the dry things wet, then we get the wet things dry, then we get the dry things wet again, and then we wet the dries and we dry the wets. That's what we do here. Get a demag tool. I can just hit it with a hammer too. There's a little piece of this circuit board that's kind of pissing me off. What are you doing on this end of circuit board? Yeah. Ugh. Took too much off. That's all right. All right, so let me get this block of wood out of here. First of all, this block of wood has been on the desk for ages, and it's kind of annoying me now. Get out of here, Octopoo. You remember these guys? Simuleos was Leos rather. Leos Labs. Leos Slab. Leos Labs is, I believe, still based in Japan, so it's only when I'm completely insomniac. Being an insomniac, you can't insomniac. That's not a. Anyway, Leo's Lab is still doing stuff. I saw him streaming at one point, but it was in the middle of the night for me. So St. Wiggly's that friend of mine that gets me all kinds of weird free stuff. TDT Club we still see periodically. Trumple Foreskin. That was during the heyday of Burn the Subs. We had this Trumple Foreskin fellow in chat, and it hurts me every time I have to say it. Celia Russo is, of course, in chat right now. Mr. Anderson is probably somewhere around here. Most of these people have gotten lives. That's an IRL friend of mine. Pizza Train 11. I hope they're doing all right. I haven't heard from them in a while. Melbell 12 is still in the Discord, at least. I see them every now and then. Twisted Sister literally went psychotic. He's a friend of mine, and he's doing good now. I hope he's doing good now. I haven't heard from him in just a little bit, but he pops into chat every now and then. Neon, I'm not sure about. Leb TV Live is still being gifted subs by Celia Russell, and has, of course, gotten a life. Pie Face, I don't remember. Depopman, I remember, but I haven't seen. He went twisted, yeah, a little bit. Buddhist43 is another IRL friend that I haven't seen in a little while. I'm sure they're doing okay. Yeah, a lot of old names on this thing. This is, of course, just a test pine board that we were burning names onto for fun. That was a couple years before the pandemic. I was doing all that. Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's get back to this thing over here. I prefer the kind of demag tool that's just half of a transformer with a momentary switch. That sounds fun. Oh, the ones that go, kind of like the microwave goes, but it's a different kind of, Okay, microscope, stethoscope, boink. Dark. It's very dark. There you go. All right, so we've got solder on the pins. We got to get solder off of the pins so that we can put solder back on the pins. I have a couple different methods for doing that. The cheapest of them is by using a solder sucker. And the solder sucker that I use is hard to see because my light, you know, getting stupid. There's a simulator rig in the way of my, get the hell out of here. Yeah, nobody asked you. Okay, good enough. So the one that I use is the Engineer SS, it used to be the O2, but this is the SS03 solder sucker. This thing is made in Japan, clearly, because it says made in Japan with parts made in Japan. The secret, secret, I've got a secret. It uses the Star Trek The Next Generation font, so you know it's good stuff. Engineer SS03. Do yourself a favor and get this sucker because it's awesome. You can fully rebuild this thing. You can put new seals in it. It doesn't use any kind of weird special seals. It's just O-rings. And when you do rebuild it, you can just use like electric. I use dielectric grease on it. You don't have to use dielectric grease, but you just, excuse me, that was a burp. You just grease up the inside, right? You grease it all up. That thing sucks. Yeah, it does. It's awesome. And then you put a little piece of 1/4-inch silicon or 4 millimeter, I believe, inner diameter silicon, clear silicon tubing on the tip. Do not buy the Engineer branded silicon tube. That's stupid. That's a big dumb because it's much more expensive from them. You can just buy 1/4-inch clear silicon tube and you put it on the end and then you depress the plunger all the way. And you see that little pin that sticks out right there? See, that little pin that sticks up? You just cut it right at that pin. And then that gives you the right length. This is silicon rubber, so your soldering iron isn't going to melt it like those Hakko solder suckers that are awful because when you try to suck solder with them, they have a plastic tip that ends up melting and then you inhale all kinds of wonderful forever chemicals. No, instead, this does not bat an eyelash at the heat of the soldering iron. You can create a seal with it and then you can really suck hard, like eyes rolling back in your head sucking hard. And so that makes it an extremely effective solder sucker. Eventually what happened was because of scratches that were all along this thing from ejecting all the solder from it, the scratches ended up being able to hold on to solder. And so I had like a solder plug in the front of mine and it wasn't able to eject it properly. And I bent the thing. And so eventually I had to buy a new one, but it was after several years of use. The next thing you do when you buy this thing is you develop this muscle. I can crush a man into dust with my thumb muscle now, just because of all the sessions that I've had doing this over and over again. This is a big spring in this thing and it sucks hard. And I've been sucked hard by this thing. So now I can actually push back. I hate the Hakko solder sucker just because of the plastic in it. This thing is the big game. This, I believe, was bought for me by, oh crap, I forget who it was. They're a regular. They bought me a lot of stuff. It was all cool stuff, but they wanted me to review this solder sucker, and I was like, you know what? This thing rules. And it's also made out of metal, and it's like it's got a nice feel to it. It's good. It's good. Anyway, let's get to sucking as much as I can on stream. Yoink. With parts made in Japan. Secret, secret, I got a secret. Man, dun, 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 dun. Thank you very much, Mr. Roboto. Thank you very much, Mr. Roboto. You know, of course I know that song. If you've ever built a robot, you have to learn all of that song. And I mean, I don't just mean I don't just mean singing it in the shower. I mean listening to it and learning the alternate parts, the baritone, the harmonizing parts. Because it's like, domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, domo. It's not just that the thing that everybody knows, right? The price went up, but these suck fine, dirt cheap. I'll take a look in a second. I'm using both of my hands right now. And farting, apparently. Did you know that guy was Kilroy? Crazy. I actually really like that song. You know, I know everybody loves to like meme on Never Gonna Give You Up, but like Chris Astley has pipes. That dude can sing. It's actually good. I click on it and I actually just listen to the song. All right, so no microscopic breaks in the traces. I don't think the other one suffered from that, but it was a possibility. Yeah, it looks like everybody made it through my horrible modification without dying. Yeah, the silicone hose tip is default. It comes with that, and it comes with a little bit of extra hose, but if you need more, you can just buy it off of Amazon Industrial or whatever industrial supplier can give you clear silicone rubber hose that is either a 1/4 inch or I believe it's 4 millimeter inner diameter. I think that's 4 millimeter. I don't, let's check. The little marks are too small for me to actually see, because I've got stupid eyes. Let's see. I used to have really good, I'm actually nearsighted, and that's helped me with electronics to see really small circuit stuff. 1, 2, 3. It might be 8 millimeter. I don't think it's 4. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think it is 4 actually. 4 millimeter ID, 8 millimeter OD, 2, 4, well, 6 millimeter OD. It doesn't matter. The OD doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But anyway, paste solder suckers. Paste makes my amazing breadboarding tool that totally doesn't, that wasn't funded by your taxpayer dollars. Your taxpayer dollars had nothing to do with the fact that I have this Paste patented COM Form 1. I think they're up to the COM Form 2, but you can also just 3D print this thing. There's a place that one of those 3D print sites has a tool like this where you print the little things and you stick nails in the end. These is like really, really useful tool. I will be sad when the plastic on that thing finally gives up. Okay, what was that link again? I'll get it. I'll get it. Where did that go? The statute of limitations on my theft has passed, all right? Plus, it was in the bottom of a drawer. Domo arigato, Mr. Elgato. Oh, maybe there wasn't a link. I thought I saw somebody... Paste solder sucker, Austin Powers, Domo, etc., etc. I lost that link. I lost it. It's gone to chat forever. All right, anyway, it was going to be thrown away anyway. I was afraid somebody was going to mix epoxy using it, because those guys in the lab they'll do crazy stuff because they're just funded, right? They have all the toys. We once put on the budget a what is it called? Why can't I remember anything? Digital like signal reader. That is a weird link. That is a weird. I don't like the link shortener links. I'm going to open it before even showing it. Okay, it's just an Amazon link. So that one has a Teflon tip. I don't, that style I really don't like. They're too big. You know, they've got this long plunger on it. The Engineer one is perfect. It is perfect in every way because it fits your hand. I can reach that plunger while holding on to the rest of this thing, right? And so this muscle right here is insane. It's insane. I could crush even the hardest orange. All right, I was gonna get pin headers. Pin headers I have in a bin, actually, to my right. I'm also just standing up so that I move my legs a little bit. Don't wanna be totally stationary during these streams. Not a good idea. I'll leave that to your own discretion. You know, we used to have a bot that would tell us when to drink water so you wouldn't become dehydrated. Have any streamers died since dehydration bot went offline? I'm so parched. I wish there was a bot that would tell me to drink water. If only there was a bot to come in here and tell me to drink water. A bot where everyone said hail hydrate? Is that what people are doing? Oh my god, that was the juiciest fart in the world. Plenty haven't stretched in 6 months. I remember my legs. All right. I remember legs, eggs. All right. So I need a solderless breadboard. And that's what this, oh, I could have used some of these headers. That's what this is. Solderless breadboard is a bunch of metal clips that are all next to each other, and you can just poke your electronics into this thing and make connections. It's actually really nice to use when you're troubleshooting something because you can connect a bunch of grounds in parallel, and you can also, you know, put jumpers on things and poke them into other stuff, and yeah, to your heart's content. But what we use it for in this context is I'm actually using this in order to hold on to the pin header, keep it straight up and down, and bleed some of the heat off. Because when you solder pin headers, if you're using especially the Radio Shack brand house burning iron, the house burner as I call them, I think some other people call them that too, but if you're using a house burner, you especially want to be plugging your headers into something because the plastic at the base of the header, this is not special plastic. This is not thermoplastic. This is the cheapest plastic you can come by. That plastic will melt and then your pin will wiggle around, right? To cut the pin headers, you can either crack them in your hands, some of them, or what I do is I use my wire stripper. And the reason the wire stripper is so good at breaking those headers is that it's got a tapered blade on both sides. Whereas if I'm using flush cutters, the flush cutters have the tapered blade, but it's biased upwards. And so when you cut the pin headers with this, it will break it in a weird way and it'll end up exposing a pin on one side while, leaving too much header on the other. What I'm basically trying to do is just drop in on the trough and break it straight down the middle. So these were broken. Well, these were broken using those wire cutters, and so they're perfect. Thermoset plastics are cool. Yeah, but we're not talking about them right now. Stay on target. I bought these for way too much money. They're little pocket channel locks, and these are actually Nipex. They're really, really well built. If you have like a garden hose that you definitely need to get undone, this would be like the best tool to have in your pocket. Some people carry these around like daily. I spent way too much money on these, but they're like a really good tool. They sit in this thing of pliers and I never use them. I tried carrying them around for a little while, but the fact that nothing like locks them together makes it a little bit annoying to have in your pocket. And I don't find myself in situations where I need a wrench enough to really carry these. What I do always have on me is my flashlight, because having a flashlight on you at all times has been like an absolute godsend. Also for walking the dog at night. I'm a weirdo. Anyway, continuing on, let's solder some headers down. So we are just simply making this breadboard compatible by soldering this to the other side. I don't know what I'm going to end up doing in the final rendition of a lot of these things, because we're going to have to hack a lot of devices in order to speak CAN bus. It won't be a really hard thing to program once we kind of figure out the initial stuff. Isn't it kind of weird that there's a flesh/oil company in Lego City lore? Fires broke out in Lego City. I need to watch those commercials again to do a good impression. Now, right now, things are totally cursed and it's bad, but I've only soldered one pin. And so what I'm going to do is I am now going to lower that down and straighten it out using just that one pin. And now we're kind of locked into position here. How'd I do? I wasn't really looking at what I was doing. I was just kind of pressing it down. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good alignment on that. So now we can solder the rest of the pins. How are we doing in, like, oh boy, we're back to normal numbers, huh? I guess if I had streamed the day after that raid, it would have bumped up numbers a bit more. Current viewers, we got 3 on YouTube. Welcome back, YouTube. You guys missed kind of a crazy stream. For those of you who are YouTubers only, we had a raid from a large channel. I would say a friend of mine, although I haven't kept in touch. I messaged him the other day, Uo's Lab. I was like, man, I really want to send you some of these airbag detonators because I think it would fit his show perfectly. But the ATFE is kind of a big spoil sport. And I think the mail system is not really going to appreciate me mailing something like that to Ohio. So I'm not going to do that. Maybe we'll figure it out one day. Maybe he'll be at a con or something and I can give him a couple bombs. Mr. FBI agent, for context, you can rewind just a little bit. I'm talking about airbag detonators. Yeah, he would probably detonate them on stream. Of course he would. I don't want the airbag dust and smell that apparently traumatizes people. People have like, well, I mean, you know, it's no wonder it does because you get into a big fucking loud car accident and it's like you get hit in the face with a bag and then you get all this weird dust and smell. Smells are very powerful to the brain and for association. And so if I were to set something like that off in here and I had somebody who had previously been in a car accident, they'd probably be like, holy shit. Solder 110 to hold it in place, 110 to hold it in place and then straighten it out. Solder 1 pin, not 110. I got my hand flayed with the edge of a passenger airbag. Damn. Yeah, they come out pretty quickly. SCK stands for what on this board? Yeah, serial clock. You got it exactly right. It's a serial clock. What this board is basically an intermediary for your CAN bus. It's an intermediary for the CAN bus. And so the CAN bus will be coming in from here, being interpreted into a TX and RX using this differential reading board. Reading and transmitting chip. It goes to this MCP 2515. The MCP 2515 has an input TX and RX and an output TX and RX. That's what serial in and serial out is, or, you know, slave in and slave out. We try to get away from male and female terminology and master and slave terminology. And so what it really should be is DOM in or sub in and sub out, and it's going to the DOM, which is the master. So yeah, we use DOM and sub. So anyway, I have put the pin header on the other side of this board, and now I can plug it into the breadboard and we can see whether or not it works. I also want to reflash the microcontroller because I want to put a different set of software on it. I don't want it to emulate a joystick. I want it to actually just poop out CAN bus messages so that we can verify everybody's working. Some users of these boards have reported them dead on arrival, and so we're looking at what signaling is going through the CAN bus when we power on this car accessory, and the car accessory turns on. It uses an appreciable amount of current. It doesn't overuse current, so we are connected to the right pins. It begins trying to communicate on the CAN bus, and we see a repeated message that's coming out. And I can see that by tapping into the lines, either plugged in or not plugged into the MCP. On the other side of the differential thingy-wingy, we see a TX and an R, well, we see a TX coming out. We see an RX, we don't see an RX going in. On the serial input, we see the serial input from the microcontroller, but on the MCP, it's not sending a signal back. So let me catch up with you guys. Probably in a chair with a man. Oh, that's yeah, I've seen videos where airbags have sent people like 6 feet into the air. The new terminology is definitely better. I used to fix automotive repair equipment. That means access to unlimited undetonated airbags for a long time. I've seen a picture of a mechanic's shop that was just covered in undetonated airbags. They just threw them out back, and so they'd set them off for a while. But man, an airbag-powered pumpkin cannon. Yeah, so they can be pretty crazy, huh? The main steering wheel airbag had 2 redundant detonators in it. So I've got 2 in a thing, and then I've got the side impact airbag detonator. Yeah, the pin out of the stick is proper, and we are making good connections, and we can see the attempt to communicate on CAN from it. So now we have a new interpreter board. I am going to reprogram the microcontroller away from the breadboard, just so that I don't have anything messing with it. And this is off of a fresh restart. So when I plug this thing in, it should show up as everything it's supposed to, but I'm going to hold down the program button when I do so, and then plug this thing in, and then take a look to see what drives have appeared on the computer. Hopefully, good. No, wait, no, that's not it. RPi. Okay, good. So that's the RP2040 board. So now I need to start up Arduino. Start up my weenie. It takes a little while. The Arduino IDE is kind of a punished IDE right now. I'm using an old version of it. It's got way too many things plugged into it. It seems to do okay, but it's really not happy with me. So I had a different one than the F10 shifter. Theme, sample BFD, RREC engine, Hello World, Rando, Noritake, libraries, Hello ESP, Hello World, the F10 shitter, CAN test. Here we go. This is the one. This is different code that ShortLurker found that just does the serial printout of the CAN bus. It doesn't do all that joystick stuff. Here to see more hacky electronics work. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, this one is, I think, a slightly more bare bones version of that other program. So let's just see if that goes in. Tools board. We are a Zhao RP2040. Blah, 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 blah. Port. We don't have a port. There's no UF2 board. Is that what we want? It's funny. It didn't show up as a COM port, but we've got this UF2. And that's the upload method. Upload method default UF2. Okay, so I guess we'll just do that. Upload. What up, Plushmaster? And King Epic 84. How's everybody doing? We're noodling around with the CAN bus thing again. I know it was kind of frustrating last time, but I think we'll do better. I think we could do better this time. We're sort of eliminating things one at a time in sort of the stack of non-functioning stuff. So right now, I want to verify that the MCP25 whatever, the CAN bus interpreter board works. So we're putting a new program on the micro. I'm going to plug that in, and we're going to probe around. I should start up the oscilloscope. The O-scope. Start up the oscilloscope, and so we can get that on the screen, and we can probe around and see what's doing what. All right. Wrote 1 billion bytes. Is that done? Done uploading. Okay, so we are done. Unplug this, plug it into the breadboard. Plug it into the breadboard. Into the breadboard you go. Okay, and now we won't be able to see anything, but we can open a serial window and see what's going on. Oh wait, I need to plug this into CAN bus. CAN bus, we wired it up so that orange is the high end. These don't like to stay coiled, do they? I'm just coiled, you know, they make a twisted pair with these wires. I don't think I really need to do that, but it's been, I think, 5 years since I last used an Arduino. Is it actually still best to use Arduino IDE instead of VS Code? Probably not. Probably not. I just use it. I like a less featureful IDE, but there are better ones for the Arduino. Yeah, Platformio is pretty good. Tried using VS Code last May and it was a big struggle. Arduino IDE was much more accessible and less dependency issues. Yeah, Platformio to do Arduino is also very involved. It's got a lot of cool tools, but it's like a lot of stuff. And visually, it's kind of scary. So I like simple. This thing is pretty simple. Okay, so supposedly we are pooping out stuff. But I don't see a COM port associated with, oh, because I haven't plugged it in. I haven't plugged it in yet, so I'm going to plug this thing in first and then power up 12 volts. So that turns on, and then 12 volts turns on, and we're only doing 110 milliamps, 11.9 volts. And so supposedly now we are communicating CAN bus. Port, we have a COM 6, so we'll choose COM 6, open up the monitor. Candidate failed, candidate failed, candidate failed, candidate failed, candidate failed, candidate failed, candidate. Why does the initialization fail? Let's see if we're doing the same stuff as we were before. Do we have the scope framed? Why did my scope stop being on the internet? Why did it do this? Huh. Yeah, the oscilloscope view kind of stopped working at one point. Just kind of moving it around on the screen. You guys can't see it, but it is in this scene. Why you do this? Let me try opening it up over here then. Actually, I need to find the IP address of my scope first. Let's see. What's that under? Utility. Oh, you don't have an IP address. That's why. Why don't you have an IP address? What the hell? Hold on, let's check that we're plugged in. Plugged into the back of the scope, and then over here. I don't give it wireless credentials. I might have to give it wireless credentials after this. If my wire's broken. LAN connected. There we go. Okay, so now maybe if I turn this on. There it is. Okay, so let's take a look here and see what we get. Stupid thing is stuck in my head. All right, so probing about. We can look at CAN bus coming from the rest of the world. That doesn't look like a signal. Oh, I haven't terminated it. So power this thing off. Get the jumper from the other board. Transfer it over here. Okay. Now, is this trying to send out a signal? I don't think it is. Although this is probably sending... What was that? That's clock. That should be our signal. And then this is output from the MCP25, which is blank. So now, if I power back on the shifter, candidate is still failing. We have a signal that's coming out of the shifter. That's on the CAN bus. And so this is the differential of that signal. It's the opposite of it. And it's not hitting our trigger level, so it looks chaotic. But I mean, we've got that signal coming out there, and then we've got this signal being transmitted. It looks like that's a different baud. That's a much higher baud. Because see, the ones and the zeros are closer together. Yeah, that's a much higher baud than our shifter over here, where we can actually see the ones and zeros. Okay, so I think we are 100 kbps. Where are we setting that? Heartbeat ID, dummy ID 1, SPI, chip select, pin 10. Oh, what was our chip select pin? Wait a minute. Int pin was pin 2, CAN was pin 3. So we need to change this to 3. Yeah, for chip select. This is a weird one. Constant int, and then you put it there, but then assign it right below. That's a little strange. Where's int then? Uint. Okay, what does the int pin do? Digital read can int, read can message. Perform can broadcast test, print debug message, set shifter, if string something or other. So the int pin tells it that information is, it's the interrupt pin. Okay, so that's the interrupt pin to say that a can message has arrived. This one is not using an interrupt. How are we working? Send heartbeat. Send dummies. While can begin MCP blah, 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 500 kbps, 8 megahertz. We do have that. Not can OK. Can init failed, retrying. Why is that failing over and over again? We'll go to 100. And I think I can upload to... I think I can upload it. Let's try. I salvaged Bluetooth keyboard with my wireless monitor. Looks great, but the internal battery is shot. You can buy new batteries for stuff. You just need to measure it. Have you defined the CS pin properly? I have now. But we also saw that our communications were much faster, so we do still need to turn it down. Okay, so there's that. COM6. We're still failing. Well, shit. That's our shifter. And then this is us trying to communicate back to the shifter here. It's still like rip-roaring. Why is that so fast? Why are you like this? We have the termination in there. That's why the terminator made it so that we can actually see the signals that the shifter's trying to communicate with. We do have that on there. That's what the jumper was. So the jumper's in. We've got a communication going on here. We have data that's trying to be sent to the thing. We have no output. Oh, wait, now there's an output. Wait a minute. Well, that's new. So now we actually have something coming back on the line, although it is just 1010. What is that all about? And then nothing is happening on CS. Wait a minute. Chip select's not doing nothing. So we probably still have the wrong chip select. That may still be the problem. Well, I put chip select to pin 3. So what is 0, 1, 2, and then 3. Well, that's high. Why is the chip select down here? Oh, it is high. Okay, so the chip is selected. Okay. And this one is output from the MCP. CS should be low. Well, that it ain't. No, but there's not a line over the CS. There should be a line over CS. What's the datasheet say? Yeah, let me verify that. Yep, CS is a line over it. When a signal on like the datasheet, when they call out a pin, the engineering parlance is to put a line over it. If there's a line over it, that means that its logic state is flipped. So active low. So when that pin goes low, that means the chip is selected. That's something that'll throw you off all the time. And Ben Gizmo is full of very good information. It's just common practice for me to double check against what chat is telling me, because you get every answer in the book. Do you have a couple lines of code that could verify software is sending the right signal to the chip? Something like that. We've got somebody else's software, and it is attempting to establish itself. Yeah, the board does not put a line over it, which is not hard to. It's not hard to do. You can go to your solder mask layer and just put a line on top of that. You know, not that difficult to do, especially if it's like a test board. And, you know, things like what we're experiencing will happen all the time on a test board, which is you have to second guess literally every connection on the board. Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing for the board designer. Back in the corner. So right now what we have is over here, we have CAN bus, and that's communicating properly. We see the ones and zeros. We see the rate of the signal, because I've zoomed in on this specific CAN signal. So we can probably calculate the baud rate from this, although I haven't done that. So we can see that CAN bus signal, it's doing its thing. Over on the differential interpreter, we have nothing coming out. Huh, what's going on over here? Hold on. I should be able to see a signal here. There we go. So yeah, there's the signal coming out of the differential thingy. Nothing is being written to CAN bus, but we have something coming from the shifter into the MCP2515. That would be this signal right here. Why are my voltages all weird on the oscilloscope? That's strange. Anyway, over here, we have a signal coming into. We should have a signal coming into the MCP. We do not have a signal going into the MCP2515. We have a clock. Interrupt is high for some reason. The chip is not selected. This thing is not outputting anything. So what the heck? What are we doing here? Hardware and CAN setup, constant SPI chip select, pin 3. MCP CAN, and then we assign SPI chip select. That's what we did in the other code. We have a couple little constant IDs here for CAN bus settings. We have the gear selects, and then we're setting up a bunch of the signals and variables that we're going to use in the rest of the program. There's a CRC check specifically for BMW. So instead of, oh, you guys can't, the scope is in the way. Hold on, I'll move it. It can't produce the 5 volts to actually communicate, can it? The RP2040 is creating 3.3 volts, but I don't think that keeps it from communicating with the MCP2515. I don't think. Otherwise, I mean, we can throw a transistor at it and maybe get it to level shift up to the 5 volts. That's actually what's going to stop it. Have you used one of these before? Let me get to the function tables of this chip. What are my maximum ratings? Please, sir, tell me, what can you do? Where are my tables, man? Tables. This is a 9,000 page data sheet, come on. Here we go. High time, low time, frequency, high level input voltage, RX CAN, TX and OS pin, maximum is VDD plus 1s, that's like 5.1 volts. What is the high level? 0.7 of VDD. VDD's 0. So it's, what, it's like 0.7 volts. It should be interpreting that as a 1. Flip table. I've designed with the chip before. Okay, so you've had trouble with that. Oh, is it 0.7 by 5? Which is 3.5, which is not 3.3. Okay, so level shift. So we're just going to do the simplest one that I can find to get us up to 5 volts. That's a one-way. That's a lot of resistors. I could also just do it this way. All right, so let's get a transistor. I think I got a couple of them sitting up here on their own little boards. And then we're going to need 1K resistors. So that's the easiest way to do that. I don't really have level shifters that just kind of sit around, you know. So up here somewhere, I do, however, have transistors on little breakout boards that do sit around. Weirdly enough. Here you go. This will do. Are we NPN or PNP? I don't know. Hopefully this says 1A on it. Oh, you know what? I have a thing for this. I have a thing for this. I have a thing for this. God, my wrist hurts. I don't know what I did last night. I like slept on my arm funny, or I had my arm up on the bed frame or something like that, and I just like my wrist is killing me today. I don't know what I did. All right, pins 1, 2, and 3 like that. Turn you on. Which one's the power button? Oh, there we go. M tester. Testing. Okay, so this one is, and this one's the right kind. So it's an NPN, and then pins 1 is 1, 2, and okay. So the end pin is the one that is the trigger. Cool. I actually just leave that up. And then we need it, I guess, over where the 5 volts is. And then we are triggering it with our 3 volt signal. So actually, I'll just put it right there. No, you don't need a multi-voltage level shifter. We just need a transistor on it. Hopefully the transistor's fast enough to interpret the signal properly. And we're taking our signal in over here. Let's get rid of this. And this will be our signal from this pin. And I need jumpers. Yumper, yump, 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 yump. Actually, what I should do is just build it right over here. And then we have a 1K to ground. I need 2 1K resistors. Easy enough. I could probably find them if I just pluck resistors from the background here, but we had one just the other day. Wasn't there one just sitting over here? Yeah, like this one. What's this one? What are you? I need my multimeter. I need to pull out all the stops here. Bring all the tools out. Oh, wait, I need 2 of these. I need one for clock and then one for signal, don't I? Should I change microcontrollers? Just so that we have something that's 5 volts. 190K. Well, or I do 2 of these things, one for clock and the other one for... But clock is always right. Yeah. Do I have a level shifter in my bag of tricks over here? Its level shifters are like kind of big though. It's going to take up a bunch of space. I keep a bag of 4-channel level shifter boards on all my MCUs, so they're so cheap on Amazon. It'd be criminal not to have them handy. I think I've got a couple. I don't know if I have a 4-channel. I think I have like a 16-channel, which is very annoying. It's also very annoying that the MCP is not 3-volt compatible. That makes it a dinosaur. I just don't use the level shifter very often, that's the thing. Ow. I mean, what if I make VDD 3 volts? That doesn't actually work for that thing. Is that a level shifter? This one might be. I do think I have an actual board that does level shifting. This one's too small to see. Yeah, you can't just buy one. You got to buy several. I'm not reading all that. Look at all that text. That's too much. I'm not reading that. I don't care what that board is. It could be a level shifter for all I know. I'm not reading all that. There's like a 3 paragraphs on top of the chip. Is that a level shifter? This one may very well be. Actually, if it's on this board, I think it was something else. I think that was something else. I'll hold on to it for just a sec. Oh, this one is a level shifter. Yep. Pretty sure. Yeah, because it's all A's and B's. Yeah, I think this is a level shifter. This is like a 10,000 channel. The transceiver needs 5 volts, but you can run the MCP at 3 volts. Well, that's a more handy way to solve our problems. Yeah, just putting it to a jumper and giving it 3 volts. That's so much easier than what we're doing right now. So I can either throw down this thing and I can give it VB and VA, or I could hike the VDD pin of this thing and hook it up to 3 volts with a wire. Kind of what I want to do instead of putting this whole extra chip, this whole ass extra chip on here. Let me power down our system. That's probably been our problem the whole time then. And I do remember when we started working on this, we looked at, there was an article, somebody had about these MCPs and getting them running, the ICUPs, and they mentioned that this board does not break out the other voltage. And I thought about that when we were testing it, but I didn't consider it because we had 700 people drop in on the stream. Literally 700 people dropped in on the stream, so things got a little stressful. A little bit stressful for me. So instead of doing all this dancing around with voltage levels, we're just going to give the MCP 3 volts so that that's what it interprets. No luck on KCAN yet, but what we're going to do is we are going to give the board what it wants. We are going to give it the voltages that it wants, and then we'll be able to foster communication between these devices. It's the whole 3 volt, 5 volt thing. So what I'm going to need is this little section of wire, and I'm going to strip the end. Hopefully that'll reach. I hope it's... Oh, it already had a nice end. Oops, well, I ruined it. Okay, and now it's too short, probably. The 3 volt pin is the 3rd from the top. It wants to let out the magic smoke. No, that's my smoke. I paid for the smoke. I'm going to use the smoke. Okay, so the pin out of the MCP. I paid for all of the magic smoke. I'm going to use it all. I can't believe they put the min-max table all the way down on this. Oh, let me get this out of the way. The smoke sniffs strange. Pin number. Is that VSS or is it VDD? I forget SS and DD. It's like. Should I just, yeah, I'm just going to unplug the shifter for now because it's in the way. unplug that. Let's get the scope out of the way. Let's get our power wires out of the way. We can hook them all back up. I remember where they go. Just so that I have room to work now. The scope is up in every scene. VSS appears to be going to VCC. VCC is a different standard than VSS and VDD. V-source and V-drain, right? Source and drain. So VDD is all the way up here on pin 18. You don't really see where it's going. It probably connects under the chip and then over to this stuff. So VSS down here goes down this string of stuff and over to VCC right there. But that also supplies this chip with power. But now we want to isolate the, why is there a resistor on it? An inrush thing. Well, we're going to pull this pin up and solder a wire to it. I'm going to put a smaller tip on the iron too. I'm not a fan of the SS, but I do like some double Ds. True. It's a shame you don't like them because we've got them in our country now. Yeah, they're the new thing. Okay, so pry up this one. Resistor goes to reset pin to allow the chip to run. Do I want to leave that on 5 volts? This thing can take it. The chip can take it. If I lower this to 3 volts, it's not gonna, I don't think that'll ruin stuff. Oh, geez, I got all this melty stuff sitting up above, but I just want to get my pin tool behind this, and then we're just gonna, well, actually, let me get a little solder on there just so it's cooperative. Oh, I also have to turn this thing off. How do I turn this thing off? Hold down the OK button. That didn't turn it off. Hold down the back button. Oh yeah, there we go. That did it. Okay. I love this thing. This thing was like a cheap little chip tester. And it's got just a little ZIF socket that you drop components on and it tells you what they are. I think even if they're resistors. All right, and then let's take this thing. Let's add some solder to this fucking thing. Can't believe everybody called me a Fed yesterday when I told them I used to work for a federal contractor. I'm not a Fed. You're wrong. You're wrong about me. A 5-volt dev board. Yeah, I would fix it too. I know. Yeah. Fed up would be a good way. Yeah, it's... Sounds like something a Fed would say. No! 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 I ain't no narc! A new account comes in to question me. It's my FBI agent getting into chat. Boss man heard about you, said I had to monitor you for illegal activity. I hear you're doing insulin in this chat. Nobody said you were a narc, they said you were a Fed. You just said the same thing twice. There is no differentiating between a narc and a Fed, and that's something that you should well learn before you get in trouble. It would do you well to know the difference. There isn't. Why do I smell burning plastic? I think that the soldering iron tip had a little burny plastic on it. Some slightly spicy plastic. Yeah, this problem is also solved by going to a 5-volt board, but I don't know what flavor of 5-volt boards I really have available to me right now. And RP2040 is probably going to find itself in this system as a regular implementation. RP2040 is a pretty fast microcontroller, and it can handle a lot of weird stuff. I don't understand why on any of these boards that profess to be some kind of a development kit, why you would not have 5-volt compatibility, but I guess the Raspberry Pi Foundation was working with the hardware that they could. Where's the solder? This is not a very good setup right now for soldering. Oh, I put it away. If you guys notice, I'm constantly putting away my tools just so that I can find everything again, so it doesn't get wrapped up in the constant churn of mess that makes up the shop. Because there's nothing more frustrating than not finding where a tool is, or finding out that you're a tool, that you can't find a tool, that you can't, that's what I meant to say. The problem is easily solved by using the same setup as the example. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, you're so smart. Wow, how smart. Why can't I put my pliers away? There we go. All right. There we go. Now that goes to 3 volts, which is right here. Which is right, uh-oh. Wire's just not quite short enough. Please. Please plug in. Ah, there we go. That barely made it, and it also almost broke. It didn't bend the pin though. So now we are giving the MCP 2515 3.3 volts. It is communicating with a 5 volt thingy-majig, little differential interpreter that's sending out the signal, and it should be compatible. What up, Smith Clay? I think so. I think everything's good. We're about to test to see whether or not we can do CAN bus communications. So I need to connect. This is 12 volts here, ground here, put this over to this ground. CAN bus, high is orange. I'm slowly memorizing that. Low is green. And then this one's also 12 volt. That's like the key ignition signal. 12 volt there, and then over here we have our power supply, 12 volt going to both of those, and then we have a ground to ground, ace to ace, ground to ground, and then we have our scope ground for a reference, and that is all of our signal connections. And then I put that wire back in. Now we are going to communicate with it with 5 volts, and we're going to see what's going on. Don't mention, oh, yeah, Qualcomm bought Arduino and they immediately pumped out. And I don't think this is the effect of Qualcomm, because Qualcomm bought Arduino. Like they didn't have time to even do like a board meeting, but then Arduino immediately starts pushing AI. Ugh. Ugh. It's just, it just makes your skin crawl. All right, so Arduino first, then 12 volts. Check to see that we're not running away in current. Everybody's hooked up properly. Wait a minute. CAN ready, starting in park. Latched. Although, I don't think we're actually doing anything, because this isn't lighting up. It's not lighting up. So, I put the signal down to 100 baud. Do you think maybe we are still we're too slow? Yeah. Let's, my brain is going to explode in a cloud of confetti. I've been doom scrolling through YouTube to report and block AI slop. Doing God's work. 100 is pretty slow. Let's bump it up to 500, yeah. But we did get progress, supposedly, unless the code is just being stupid. So we're going to 5 hundo. Ah! Really, look, when you're programming when you're programming a microcontroller, do everyone else a favor and put all of your variables, all of your pins, all of the stuff that might need to be adjusted up here. Put it up at the top of the code. Because I shouldn't have to go spelunking in order to find out where you're setting the baud rate all the way down here in void setup. And you shouldn't either. You should not. You should demand that you can change stuff right at the top. And you shouldn't have any numbers down here. None of these should be like FF should not be defined down here. That should be like a variable so that we can reprogram it later if we need to. All right, so we are compiling and we're going to be uploading and at 500K. I hope everything is 500K. That would be very nice. To shift out of park, hold down the side button while you shift into drive or reverse. We didn't even get like a confirmation from this thing. It didn't do like a little light dance. I'm pretty sure it should be doing a little light dance. Wait, what happened? Oh, does it not like the COM6 is open? Probably. Use AI to kill the AI slop. Oh boy, so begun of the AI wars. Scanning for device, flashing. Hey, cool. I'm glad it's flashing now because it was having trouble with that before. Oh, try turning it off and on again? Nope, that's not it. Okay, so our baud rate is bad and should feel bad. Okay, so it was 100. Darn it, we're the slow one. Ah, I find that very disheartening that we are the slow one. Our baud is slow. I hope that means that I can still communicate all the different stuff from all of my different accessories without having it be slow. The last ditch effort, if it's slow, is to split the CAN buses into 2 different CAN buses. I wanted everybody to be on the same controller area network at a high baud rate. Then again, we aren't using this shifter, but if this shifter is 100, then the seat's probably going to be 100 too. Oh, this time it just is failing. Okay, so let's power the system down. Power down here. Power down here. And plug it back in. And then turn this on. Uh-oh. Looks like we're failing. That's weird that it worked once. Yeah, I still got that fluttering about. Still got... Our clock signal looks weird. That seems to be going okay. That's not doing nothing. No signals coming back out. We only got that working for like a brief stint. Dang you. Can and it failed. Why did it worked the one time? Oh, baud is 115200, isn't it? Well, this one doesn't. I think this one auto assigns. Method name, set event, mask. Okay. Huh, weird. Well, now the COM port shit the bed. All right, unplug it, plug it in. Okay, now we're failing again. Canon it failed retrying. But that's I've dialed it back to 100 baud, right? Or 100K. Right? Double check myself here. Yeah, we're back at 100 kbps. Our MCP is 8. Canon it failed. The one time this succeeded, what did we do? We had just reprogrammed the board, right? And it connected. Like, I don't know what else I can do here. Is this thing actually still scrolling? I think it is. Should probably put like a number on it so we can see it trying over and over again. What is still wrong? I mean, okay, so we had it work once. Maybe it's because the chip select pin did something, or the because the MCP is listening to 3-volt signals now, so all the pins should be functioning on it. We have the interrupt and the chip select, and chip select and interrupt is on pin 2, chip select is on, or is it 3 and 4? Are we not chip selecting properly? That is a low signal. That is a high signal. So interrupt is high, chip select is low. This code doesn't do anything with the interrupt, that's why. But it is low, and it's active low, so it is active. Huh. What am I not doing? What have I not done? All my grounds are connected to ground, which comes over here, and it connects to this ground. And power is connected to 5 volts. So this is a 5-volt line sitting on the outside row here, which is what's supplying VCC, which is also pulling up, I guess, R3 through the resistor. So that would be at 5 volts on a 3-volt chip. It's probably okay with it. U1 is getting 5 volts, so that's communicating fine with CAN bus. CAN bus, we have a signal on the line. The shifter is desperately trying to communicate with something. It's, you can on the camera, you can't see it in detail, but it is there. We have this thing is going out just fine. Got communication there. That's a fairly chaotic signal. And then over here, input, nothing. Nothing. Because it's not, we're not initializing to the MCP. We should be able to send it this signal here, which looks like there is data on the line, although it's weird. Here, look. It's a little weird, the data on the line. But the fact that at this rate we see those 1s and 0s, and over here we see the 1s and 0s, even if it is a little bit chaotic, means that we're at the right baud rate. So it's really communicating with the MCP that's not really happening here. So here, that's all right, you guys are fine. But yeah, do move the conversation. Oh, well, now we're not even doing that. Wait, now we're not even trying to communicate. What happened? So there's the clock. No communication on that line. Why are we not? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Did you slip? No. Oh, Lordy, hit the reset button. It worked immediately after we flashed to the device. And I don't know what that data is. Oh, and look, it suddenly said, CAN ready, starting park and latched. But yet, there's still no communication here. What's coming in serial out? Nothing. Serial in. It should be trying stuff, but it's not. Unless I'm supposed to do something with the serial port. What is that? Why is it fluctuating? Oh, it's because I'm hitting the ground button, the things, the ground pins. This is weird. See, okay, so what's happening is we are starting up and we're initializing the MCP, and after that, it should probably start actually functioning. The reason we see signals coming in but nothing's coming out is because the MCP is supposed to be initialized and given some properties. So we're struggling to do that. Now that we've given it 3 volts, it's capable of communicating. And it said it communicated, but I don't really see anything going on here. So it's possible if the MCP is working right now that it's not getting a signal that it knows how to do anything with. Although I don't think we programmed it very specifically. Starting in park, latched. Tags to what the hell are those? TEGS and THB. Time from EGS and time from some kind of another signal. Yeah, because it's got like a counter. Can send message buffer, EGS ID 08, and then message. Okay, so it's got like a timing system for sending different signals out of the CAN bus, because CAN bus operates on a whole like priority level signaling thing. But it appears that we're not getting to the next part. So what happens here? EGS, time HB, time dummy is all. So we set up 3 timers. 3 timers in the millis timer counter thingy. In the loop. Now is equal to millis. If a CAN message is available, check the receive. ID, length buffer, CAN message buffer, etc., etc. So why isn't the MCP sending back information? And I'm pretty sure we're at the right baud rate. I'm pretty sure 100 kbps is what we should be getting back, which is unfortunately 5 times slower than I'd like it to be, but I guess we'll be okay. We'll make it work. But so it gets to here. And then we jump into our main code and we've got a bunch of timers. So it technically should be sending like a GWS awake signal. So the input here You know, I'm starting to think that maybe this CAN library does not work with the RP2040. I'm starting to kind of get that impression out of this thing. All right, so we got to jump microcontrollers. What do we got available to us? The sky's the limit, and my beard hair keeps going in my mouth. It's very annoying. All right, let's see here. So I need to swap micros because this one's just not working out. Arduino Pro Mini, I suppose we could use. We are kind of in a bind here. I've got a ton of microcontrollers. A lot of them are very advanced, and I probably don't want something that's too fast for this old code. Who's the idea? Don't put that in your mouth. You have no idea where it's been. I know where my mouth has been. I'm not crazy. I'm observing all of my microcontrollers. This is an RP2040. Can't use that one. I don't know if a Teensy is a good fit for this. I mean, just using one of these guys, the Pro Mini. I guess I could do Pro Mini. I don't want to, but I can. I wanted to use a modern microcontroller. There's an Uno, but I don't want to use the Uno because the Uno requires me to have a different USB plug that I don't really have available to me. All right, so everybody's going back to 5 volts. So let's power everyone off. Let's disconnect everybody. Everybody go 5 volts all the time. Turn this off. Unplug USB-C. We were in the modern era for just a little bit, and now that time is over and my dog is barking. What is she barking at? All right, let's go back to this view. I've got so many things up on screen right now. Jeez. An 8088. I don't happen to have any of those. I took a class, I believe. Wait, no, the 8088's the Super Nintendo, or the Nintendo one, isn't it? I took a class in microcontrollers way back in the day, early 2000s at Drexel, and where I went to college. And the course was so rudimentary that we had to write on a piece of paper the machine code for our little robots as part of a test. It was ridiculous. And then for one of the tests, did I just say dir? For one of the tests, instead of, we had to program a robot to go through like a configurable maze, and everybody had it so that the robot would go out for a certain number of ticks, and then it would hit the wall, and it would log that, and then it would do some math on that in order to make the timing distance for it to move around the wall, right? It would go boop, and then you'd move around the wall, and then you'd start it over again, and it would have to move before hitting the wall, right? What I did is I programmed it, and I tried to use the Pythagorean theorem so that it could go diagonally on its course. My code didn't work, so I just hard-coded the movements into the microcontroller, and it worked. And in my code, I said, sorry about that. In my code, I said I couldn't get this to work, so I just hard-coded the timing. And I got a really good grade on the test. I have to think that the TA did not care to check over my code. They just went, well, it's all here and it does the thing, so whatever, you're good. Booby 808. I mean, they had the opportunity to name the microcontroller the funniest thing and they didn't. All right, so unplug this from its prison, and then we're actually going to put it back into 5-volt mode. Yeah, it works good enough. Send it. Well, it was supposed to be, you know, it was a reconfigurable maze, so it was supposed to actually work in that system, but it didn't. So technically, it did not work, but whatever. 80286, huh? Okay, reconfigure all our nonsense here, and we're going to look up Arduino Pro pinout, Pro Mini pinout. Do. Get that pin out. Too complicated. Actually, that one looks more complicated than the other one. Oh, a YouTube video. Get out of here. I miss my direct-to-image plugin. Google killed that on their Google search. And my wrist is killing me. Very annoying. I don't know what I did. I slept on it weird. All right, this micro goes back in the micro bin. Yeah. So what we're ruling out right now is that there's some weird microcontroller magic going on in the RP2040 that's preventing us from having proper communications on this thing. So I'm going to try using an Arduino Pro Mini, which I need to get the FTDI board for separately. This one is so old that its whole pièce de résistance, its raison d'être, is that this existed at a time when the FTDI chip was really expensive, and it was like a $15 chip because they had the rights to it and they were the only one producing a virtual COM port chip. They had a full control over the market, and so SparkFun was like, this sucks. Why is it so expensive? And so they built the Arduino Pro Mini to have the nice small microcontroller on it at the time. It was the smaller Arduino microcontroller, and have basically a programming dongle that you would plug into these pins. And so your FTDI chip was on a separate thing that would be distributed amongst all of the boards in your shop. Is this a 5? I think I only buy 5-volt ones of these, so I think this is a 5-volt. And this thing is configured at 5 volts. Okay, so that plugs in like this. And if you do it wrong, it gets real hot, real fast. And then I've got a little USB port right over there that takes us over to the hub. I'm feeling nostalgic for my first PC. There's a whole lot of people that build their own little PCs like that. So we're hooking this up to 5 volts through USB. Hold on, let's unplug you for now. No, okay, we'll unplug it like this. I'll just check to see that I have a COM port here. This way we also don't have to keep bouncing the COM port up and down. Well, now I have COM 8, so this is COM 8. Cool. So now I need to hook this puppy up. So currently chip select is on pin 2. So I don't think we have to do anything about that. Because yeah, we'll just use PCN18, which is int 0. So pin 2, PD2 or 32 over here. We'll just use that as our chip select. And then we've got, what is it? MISO, MOSI, and we're not using the internal chip select. So clock, MISO, and MOSI, so these 3 pins over here. Pretty similar to what we had before. Let's get that hooked up. Oh my God, this thing is filthy. These have been sitting here for a while. I've used it in many different projects. So let's go this way this time. So things are a little easier for me to figure out and hook up. And then let's see. So over here we have a raw. So it's 5 volts ground, and then the, I guess TXRX. Okay, so we'll take raw and ground over to plus and minus. Guys, I don't really need your help interpreting this stuff. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Hopefully we do this and then everything starts working. Oh. Yeah, I've got to like prime all these this is a new breadboard, and so all of the clips are like too solid, and so it's been causing me a lot of grief in punching these things through. And when the clips are a little too solid and this thing doesn't like fall in, it just bends the wire. I get mad. Okay, so there's 5 volts in ground, and so 5 volts is going over to this thing, so I need another one of them jumpers. Where did the jumper kit? Did I put it? I put it somewhere and now it's gone. Okay, it's over here. I'm too clean. Another one of these. I still hate that the plus and minus rails don't line up directly with the breadboard. Yeah, like on the end, it's very annoying for people who like to have things a little bit too neat and tidy. Some people love having a giant bird's nest sitting over their project, and then you pat on the wires and it like works intermittently. I cannot live that way, even for something stupid like this. Look at how it just bent that pin. In the past, I've gone through and I've pushed in all of them. It takes an incredible amount of time. It's very annoying. Just make sure that these are primed and ready to go. I don't understand why doing this is all it needs to accept the wire properly, but it needs it. I might have a 5 volt to 12 volt adapter in the in my box of tricks. That would be kind of funny if I could make the whole thing just work off of USB. would be kind of a neat thing to do, but I'm not going to do that. All right, there. Now this thing will be more equitable. Ah! Unless I just smack it out of nowhere, trying to reach for something. Hell yeah! Heel, yeah. H-E''L-L. Okay, and then the ground was a brown wire. Brown! There we go. Give me this. Brown wire. And we'll put that to ground. And so now everybody is 5 volts, right? We haven't programmed the micro yet, but rest assured, everybody's 5 volts. So now I need some, middle length wires. Stuff that'll go from here to here is like hard to find. Apparently in these kits have certain lengths and they're either too long or not long enough. I guess we could just reuse some of the ones we used on the other one. Chip select we're doing as pin 2. So that's going to be a super long one. Get one for that for later. And then, oh God, these have seen better days though. Serial out. So that's MISO. So that's pin 16. 14, 15, 16. No, wait. No, that's down here. MISO's pin 12, sorry. To valve. Yeah, we get this big hanging wire. This big floaty. Go the way Ben Eater does it. Make your own jumpers. That's what people have told me to do. I don't know where to buy the solid core wire to use to make jumpers, and I don't know. I don't need to Ben Eater everything I do, man. If you do too much keeping up with the Joneses in this biz, you'll drive yourself crazy. And then MOSI is pin 11. Yeah, I could buy wire, but I've already got a bunch of jumper kits, so why would I do that? Yeah, his stuff does look pretty, yes. You're right, you're correct. You're correct, but, you know. All right, chip select is pin number 2. That'll be labeled pin number... Fucking thing. Pretty is practical, yes, because when you have to troubleshoot, you don't want to tear all your hair out, you know, pressing down on the board and getting things to connect that way. Because I've seen setups like that, especially in college, where it's just this big bird's nest of wires. Clean and pretty is good. That means it's functional. And it can be easily troubleshot. Do we use pin 2 or do we use pin 3? Wait a minute. Which one is it? Three. Jeez, that was unrealistically annoying. Okay, so there's that. We got CS, that, and that. Oh, clock. Clock is which pin? It's right next to the other ones. Clock is at the top of it. Okay, so this pin then goes... The wire in these jumper kits is getting cheaper and cheaper, and so it bends much more easily. I buy thermostat wire or sprinkler system wire at the hardware store. Ah, that's clever. I guess it's pretty cheap. There, so they're wired up in like the opposite way. That's whatever, it's fine. That's fine. All right, everybody's connected except for the interrupt pin, but we're not using the interrupt pin on this circuit. Maybe some other day. I probably could have assigned some of these other pins to be that one, but that's all hooked up and ready to go. Let's get the shifter in here, the unsuspecting shifter. And we can hook up a 12 volt line here, and that'll be, this one's a ground line here. Actually, let's put it over this, on this side. 12 volt. ground has to go all the way over here because I haven't bridged the grounds yet. Here, this is a better done on this camera. Better done on this camera. Okay, 12 volts here. 12 volts here. Your ground, come over here for testing. And this is regular ground, power in ground over here. And that's connected to the micro, and then that's going to ground my computer to this thing. Okay. So, oh, LIN bus high and low. Orange is high, green is low. Aren't you glad I something or other? Okay. All this is doing, all this effort that we're putting in here is just establishing that we have CAN bus and that we can communicate. Do we need a poll? Is this thing going to work? I don't know. 7-core thermostat wire. Huh. This already looks cleaner. It's not that much cleaner. It's just all 5 volts. But like this is, I don't know, that's a little bit weird. I don't have enough like pins. I could shift the micro to the side and then shift this with it. And then maybe I could do like flat jumpers back and forth, but whatever, this is fine. This will do just fine. All right, well, let's see. So first power up the microcontroller and then program it. We got to program it still. So power that up. Let's go over here and let's establish, I don't know what this microcontroller was doing before, but now we need to make it into a different thing. So board, and we are Arduino Pro Mini. Pro or Pro Mini. Atmega 328p, 5 volts, 16 megahertz. That's correct. COM8 upload. Yeah, the microcontroller is a nightmare, but the setup looks cleaner. It's kind of, but also kind of not. Nice and classic Arduino microcontroller wiring. I used to be up to date. This used to be the prime technology. I was right up there. Sure, Grandpa, let's put you to bed. So now, open the serial monitor, and I get gobbledygook. There we go. CAN ready, started in park. Well, it's not, because this thing isn't powered up yet. Powered up. Do we get any lights from the shifter? It's sucking down current. No, still nothing. Nothing. Hit reset. Nothing. Nothing. It could be that there's a signaling issue in terms of what we're looking for. Serial out. Oh, I need to put scope up. Serial out here. Okay, there is something being output. It doesn't, it looks a little weird. I don't know what that is, but it looks kind of like a signal. Is that getting into serial out over here or serial in? Yeah. This thing's outputting, inputting, int or whatever, clocking. Seems like it's a little fast for this. That's like nice clean. I don't know what that is. It's chip select. So we're selecting the chip a lot, but this isn't doing anything. Oh no, man. Strange. Strange. At least the microcontroller isn't lying to you. Yeah, it's, I mean, yeah. I don't think... Well, let's try the other baud rate on this then. Which I have to go all the way down here. Yeah. Everybody pulls hair while trying to debug things, not just me. We've had to eliminate so many different factors. I am just so mad right now. It's crazy. I'm not actually mad. I'm just a little bit frustrated in this thing because it shouldn't have been this complicated. And it could be that the shifter isn't speaking the right language. Sort of. Oh, bodther. Woof. Bah! 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 Ah! Bah! It works! Hey, can I get out of park, please? GWS Awake Raw 0xe. How do I get you out of park again? Can I... Get me out of park. Okay, so it's not fully communicating, but it did wake up. What do their signals look like now? Yeah, we got it to light up a little bit. That means it's not, like, broken. Signal out. Whoa, somebody had an idea. Signal out just looks like a clock. Yeah, the thing has LEDs all throughout. It's kind of crazy. That's the signal out. Serial in. That might have been chip select. There's serial in. Oh boy, this higher baud rate is crazy. So can it actually communicate at this baud rate, or did something else happen? Hold down the side button while shifting. Nope. My old Beamer had a red-orange LED next to the shift knob to indicate what gear you're in. Yeah, mine does not have a lit up like tree on the shifter. It used to, or sorry, the M version does, the 5 Series M, and so I could get the M stock and I'd have a little orange light that lit up the top of the shifter. I think that would be real swanky, but it's like $500, so I'm not going to get it. Have brake input. Nah. I don't know if this one was designed to run the thing. It looks like, I mean, if this is working now, it does mean that something the RP2040 was doing was keeping it from communicating properly. As soon as the lever moves, clear park latched. Only if park latched equals false do we allow detent holds. So we are actually doing the right communication, but we might be, CAN bus messaging might be slightly different from what it expects. Park button always immediate, one shot. Yeah, I'm hitting the unlock button, it's not doing anything. That's what I'm looking at right now. Guys, try to keep up. I'm reading the code and I'm seeing that this does in fact send, it tries to send the messaging that park is latched and all that stuff. It is actually trying to do the correct communication. Yes, I know. It needs to get the right signal back. So I think our CAN messages are slightly different for this shifter than what it expects. Now let's just hit reset and see what happens. Make sure that we are communicating. GWS is awake. Raw 0xe. I am half duplex. I can only type or read. Well, what about your ears? Because I'm not typing or... So We don't know what the signals are that are on the line. This thing is trying to specifically communicate with the thing via CAN, so we can't actually see what CAN signals are flowing. I thought that's what this code would do, but it actually, you know, this is pretty cool that it did get it into an initial mode. What if we try just restarting from scratch? Let me hit the reset on our shifter. I'm going to power that off and then hit restart on this. It's going to start saying CAN has failed until I finally... No, I guess not. GWS is equal awake. Okay. So yeah, that didn't reset the, whatever it is, the MCP 1152. And that should immediately bring it out of park, but it's not getting the right signal. You're on a cell modem. What? Mine's the older side with the actual physical stick. I don't know how those ones work, but the shifter doesn't move at all. Well, no, see, I mean on like my manual transmission, I have a little light on it. But yeah, so this is expecting like latching signals, and I don't know if we have the right ones. Okay, so what did the article say? What did the article say? Where we got this code? This is the different one. We could try this code again. It might actually work. I still need to put the int pin in there. This code, I wonder if, is this code using, no, because this already said that it got GWS awake 9E. Was this the article? This might be a different one. BMW calls that a GWS. Please comment if you know what this stands for. Fully electronic, glorified computer joystick with electromechanical features to unlock and relock manual shift mode and even move out of that mode. Many of the S-series models have a selector, but specifics vary. So they have 296, which is what we have. .296. So Short Lurker, doing his due diligence and researching all this stuff, found exactly the same, except, well, they have a GW9, 296, and then theirs is 899. Ours is 904, which they should be pretty similar considering, well, also considering we got a good signal on one piece of it. Can't afford the permits to install fiber. The only other option is AT&T 2-wire. It's slow as fucking $200 a month. Damn, Poopsie. That sucks, man. I mean, I'm glad you're here. It's just don't feel obligated if your you know, can with a string coming off of it is not fast enough. That's crazy. $10,000 to the city to trench fiber through the wildlife habitat behind the house. What the f... It sucks. Damn. The plug is a BMW part. It's also marked with the OEM TE part number. This comes up on the TE website as restricted product. That's pretty funny. Person parting out this car was kind enough to give me the plug with the length of wire and the loom. Yeah, and we've double checked against this thing. This is what we have. Power, skip, ground, power, or key signal. CAN bus, 2 CAN buses. On the back of the PCB, there's a nifty circuit that interacts with the lever movements. I mean, we could verify this, but I don't really want to pop this thing open. And then over here, they've got Hall sensors, and they love to use pairs of Hall sensors for the different things. They use redundant Hall sensors. I mean, it's like, yeah, there's like big clips on the side that we could just undo and take a look, but I'm not going to do that. We don't have to. And I guess the moving elements here just interact. There's a motor inside of it? What does that do? Oops. Why is there a motor? Separate motor that seems to do locking for the, oh, I see. So it's just a little gear motor to lock and unlock stuff. Very cheap. Infineon. So hooking it up. Red, blue, striped, brown. Yeah, hook it up to CAN bus. CAN output. 533 heartbeat message. This post doesn't include a primer on CAN protocol. There's lots of good CAN, blah, 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 blah. Header message. This message every 640 milliseconds. Then there's a selector status message. Okay, this is getting into the weeds. I like it. So wait, does this, according to this article, with the same shifter, we can compare their stuff to, this is the wrong one, their stuff to what we have in the code. Mystery message. You know, sometimes you got to get a mystery message out. GWS, EGS, heartbeat. So the heartbeat is 55. E. Okay, so we got that. Selector status. 197. Same as ours. Although that says 0197, but... the shorter message is sent every 30 milliseconds. First 2 bytes change on every message, and they're probably an in-message checksum. Third byte changes if you move the selector forward or back. C0 to D5. C0 to D5. I guess that's elsewhere in the code. Why did the heartbeat 0x553 in the header? You mean in which header? What are you doing on the article? .553. Where are you getting that from? Oh, 553 heartbeat message. I don't know, but 55E is what we've got. Although we don't know exactly what ours is communicating. We don't have like all CAN messages being, you know, spat out. That would maybe be something to do. Is spit out everybody. White 4 on the message is 01 on PT CAN, 02 on PT CAN 2. Oh, so there's a difference between which CAN bus. Huh. This is very comprehensive. I like this a lot. This is a good article. They're telling us that depending on which CAN bus you're on, the heartbeat message changes. I mean, I can plug into the other one. I'm glad this is 500 kbps though. That probably means that the chair is 500, which means we can facilitate very quick communications between everybody. But again, like this is our shifter and our code seem to agree with each other with the 197 selector status message. 65E we don't have on this list. Notice a few other intermittent message IDs. 65E, which is nearly identical data bytes, but no clear timing or pattern. A burst of these 65E messages seems to be a short while after power on and then more bursts later at random times. What next? Apply power is enough. Read the position, but the GWS itself is still blank. None of the LEDs or greater modes have lit up. So there's no way to tell if the driver pressed the unlock, blah, blah, blah. Needs to receive a valid control message. Worst case needs VIN. Failure 1, other selectors. I started by looking at some other BMW gear selectors that had already been documented good on the internet. BMW E60, there's one for the 60. OpenBDC, failure number 2, random CAN messages. Geez, this is comprehensive. So theirs looks different from mine. How is this one the same? But it's like a slightly different part number and it's completely different. Canalist. I think I used to have something like that, but I don't actually own one of these. Oh, that's right. We should have a backlight message from the other. Getting a bit desperate, sort of wondering about the ethics of renting a BMW so that I can capture the CAN log from it. 0 budget side channels. Did I give up? No. We got one thing to light up and that's it. This is a lot. This person went through a lot. I rigged up a small firmware to send CAN messages and trigger the oscilloscope exactly as each new message was sent. Nothing. Oh my God. Part 2 in the meantime, please leave a comment. Oh, Jesus. that's just part 1. Part 2, breakthrough. Let me move you guys over a little bit. Slightly different part numbers means there were production adjustments made. Well, I mean, if you look at their shifter versus mine, the design's a little different, right? Like, this is a little bit, it's got like indentations around the P button. The P button isn't the entire top half. The side button is a little different. It's a little less visible on their shifter. These are 2 different shifters. And the part number is mostly the same, which is weird. See that design difference there? So. Gangwashalter. GWS. Okay. Come to find out, this version of the shifter uses the LIN bus. Yeah, right. It's BMW. I hope it doesn't need to be VIN coded to work. I don't think it does. Other people have gotten these shifters to work for them, right? So I don't know. Like, our signaling agrees with this one, and our part number is mostly similar to this one. Not exactly the same, but first part got a huge response. Generally, only successes resonate. Some very interesting comments, including a few new investigative techniques. Making friends with a wrecker or BMW mechanic. I think this person is in Australia, so they had to kind of like cobble this thing together from nothing. Getting COVID. Oh. TTC clues. Previously, I'd skimmed over the contents of the BMW device. Trouble codes. Data displays gear train missing. Receiver GWS part CAN. Blah, blah, blah. 0x3FD. A value that looks exactly like a CAN message ID sent by the transmission. 3FD, we've got the EGS ID on this thing. How did I miss this? There's no official list of BMW fault codes. Was promising the first 3 related blah, 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 diagnostic access. Okay, there's a lot going on in this article. This guy, I need to read this on my own. So let's get the backlight signal and see if it responds to that. So we can go into the other program and we can get the backlighting signal. Where is that? That's over here. At the end of wherever they send shifter status, shifter init test. Debug message, turn on backlight. So we'll take turn on backlight. And once we've established CAN ready, and then all of our timing is in milliseconds, we're going to run somebody else's function that turns on the backlight. So I need to find that function. Turn on backlight. Shifter status, press button, turn on backlight. Byte payload that. CAN send message buffer with payload, which is just established. So we'll go up here. Dummies, heartbeat, EGS. We'll just add it right here. And let's send that. Checking over, checking over, checking over. It's still compiling. I'll let you guys know when it's uploading. All right, we're uploading, uploading, uploading. Here we go, ready? Damn it. Damn it. Oh, wait. No, there's backlight. It's backlit. Look, 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 look. See? See, it's orange. It's just got a little bit of orange there. So we did turn on the backlight, but we can't get it out of park. No, not the green. I'm talking about the orange. You can barely see it. Yeah, the orang. See that? It's just barely a little bit orange. Press and hold brake to shift gears. Press and hold brake. Where's brake? That's not brake, that's park. Helps have a plug-in, BTTV, 7TV, both can be set up to auto-claim point bonus. Oh yeah, I already have that, yeah. I have that going. Yeah, this is supremely frustrating, but we are making very slow progress. Very slow progress. So we are communicating. I mean, I was able to turn on the backlight by stealing somebody else's code. Although I wonder if there's a stronger backlight command. There probably is. Yeah, so that doesn't do any. It really, the second that I touch it, it should be flipping into a different, like, mode. But, yep. I want to set this up to look at some message traffic, just so we have something on the oscope. And at 500 kbps, that's pretty intense. Those packets are flying by. Yeah, we can't really, we probably need something a little better as a clock signal in order to key into these. But I mean, for the most part, it seems like most of our stuff is actually like functioning. Would this be able to communicate with our pedal or with our thingy-wingy? Parking. String 128, that's just size. And then those are the positions. First, neutral. That's for backlight. The joystick stuff I don't really need to worry about in this thing. Set shifter status. Debug message. I'm looking for where it's setting up its IDs and stuff. I don't really know. I don't really know. This is this code is way different. Okay. I don't know what else we could change in order to get this to work with our shifter, or if it even does work with the shifter. GDS module ID on other BMW models. What? Hardware hex S39X. Oh my God. Okay, there's a lot here. Standard hard reset request from the UDS functions. This is a lot. I need to read this article separately. BMW UDS service IDs. This is crazy. And we're using code from a different one, but this article, this fellow is trying to use what is essentially a similar part number to ours. Part 3, success. So CRC8, counter value, payload. One weird glitch, the LED would blink briefly and then come back. Ours did that a little bit at the beginning. Just a little bit. Lock motor to make a buzzing noise. Any counter value ending in 0xf was considered invalid, and the gear selector was treating it as an error. It became buttery smooth after a small tweak to skip counter values ending in 0f. Those are the payload. So they were able to get it fully functioning after going through hell and back. Part 1, I got GWS wired up and received some CAN messages from it without access to the whole car. I had no success in finding messages to send back to it though. In Part 2, I figured out those messages, in particular CAN ID 0x3FD, which is the state of the transmission. By the end, I could get the GWS to behave as if it was talking to a real automatic transmission. Here's the reverse engineered structure of the 3FD. CRC8 counter value must be incremented for each message, and then payload byte 0, 1, and 2. But the ones ending in 0F would not be valid. What are we doing? GWS ID and length is greater than 4, raw, park bin, gear. Map to raw, gear, raw. If GWS is awake, last raw is raw. Print line, GWS is awake, raw 0x. Or else, if park button always immediate, one shot. Confirm gear, gear P. Signal print line, park button, latched, park. So we're not getting to this part of the code. We got awake, raw, 0xe. So GWS not awake. GWS awake is equal to true. Last raw is equal to raw. I don't know what that means. UN8T raw is equal to the second part of the buffer of the signal. Read message buffer, ID length buffer. Park button is this part of the buffer. Map raw to gear raw. Jesus Christ. I don't understand any of this. So somebody's not understanding what's going on, and my park button isn't really recognizing as my park button. So is it possible that my message is different somehow and it's tripping up this code? 197 is the GWS, and I think that this article confirmed that. Arbitrary data payloads, 3FD. Okay, hold on. So responses, getting COVID, error messages. Part 1 of the article, hold on, let's jump back to part 1, where they were talking about the different signals. They had a list. '65 197 selector status. And so this thing is hitting it with the selector status, listening for the selector status. Maybe if we go to CAN 2, maybe the second CAN bus is the key to this. Let's power down and I'll configure it on the second CAN bus. I don't know, it's just something to try. On the first CAN bus. Just got to make sure that I plug it in. Luckily, we didn't blow this thing up with all the shenanigans that we put it through before. Oh, yeah, just have a full printout of everything that's floating around. Okay. That was kind of what I thought this would have done, but it didn't. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'll do that in just a sec. Did I miss or something? What's going on here? Okay, so that should be plugged into the first CAN line. Let's see what happens. So start off by connecting the Arduino. And then power on our device. Well, the pin looks a little different. Yeah, we're still not communicating. We got that glitchy 0xF counter, I guess. What are we saying over here? Yeah, same message. Okay, so what were you saying? You're saying that we should print first in loop the messages. God, how do I do that? If not GWS awake, else if park button confirmed gear park. Dummy frames, confirmed gear. Print raw. If I do like a, oops. Can message UNAT raw is buffer 2. So I guess we'll just print that and just see what it looks like. Oh, man, it's a lot. A lot of stuff. Let this do its compiling and stuff like that. Ow, my wrist. Reading, done. There's a lot of 14 running around. Why is 14? And that's a UNAT. It's like it's not communicating. It's just getting 14 over and over again. What the hell is... Well, we'd have to translate that over into hex, right? Or that is... No, that's in... 14 in binary. I can specify to put it in hex, but I mean, we can just do... what is 14 in from 14, so 1110, what is that in hex? E. E. That's what we're getting. I don't know how functional this is. We're printing what it keeps getting out of raw, and it doesn't get anything but that. So what is going on here? What are we not doing? Because we seem to have plenty of message traffic flying around. I can't really differentiate. Your first serial print GWS awake is 0xe. So that's just telling us that it's awake, which is most of what we're getting. Wow, this looks much different from what we were looking at before. See if I can move the trigger a little bit so that it looks like something. There's like noise on the line that's so heavy that I can't get a signal out of it. Jeez, weird. And that's mostly keep awake signals, I guess. But we haven't seen anything but a keep awake signal, so something isn't like, something ain't doing. So maybe our park button has a different ID to it. Park button, immediate one shot, if park button. So park button is identified up here. Park button, where is it? If buffer 3 0xd5 xd glomp I don't know a lot of this stuff. I learned most of it from you. I'm happy to give you some debugging thoughts if you want. Yeah, go ahead. That's fine. Yeah, so it's keeping it awake by sending all those E's. But I don't see anything else happening. These are just different, yeah, beamer card. Hardware hex address EX9, so I don't know if we really need to worry about that. The only question is if we're getting a different signal for the park button. This is very similar to what we're going through. We were supposed to, you know, jump on these people's progress. Line 107, you can have the can read buff with ID and things. I would output that so you are outside of checks to fully see if you've got anything from the shifter. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Although you would see it cascade in that list of signals. If raw does not equal to last raw, park latched is equal to false. Only if park latch is equal to false do we allow detent holds. Pending raw, T hold 0, print holding dent raw, held 500 latch 0, pending raw. Yeah, where are we putting this? ID is being read may be different from your GWS ID. So the GWS ID, if ID is equal to GWS ID and length is greater than 4, and our GWS ID, isn't that up here? Confirm geared park. GWS ID is 197. Oh, for this one, serial print before line 109. Oh, before the if. I see. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. I was unintentionally in that if statement. Although, yeah, I was inside of that if, and now we're outside of the if. Now we should see a whole bunch of varied traffic. Let's try that. Good point. I was inside of an if. Beep, boop, beep. In the code goes. Raw was outside of the scope. If ID is equal to GWS ID and length is greater, so do we need to print can.read message buffer, ID, length, and buff? Raw is equal to buff of 2. So if we just serial print buff, we just print that buff husky, upload that. Oh yeah, maybe I should. Well, let's look at buff first. We'll look at the buffer. We're going to get all kinds of different buffers with no IDs. Oh well. I just want to see, yeah, we'll just see what this does. print line, UNT, no matching function. Serial println? What does that mean? Oh, it doesn't know how to... Okay, well... Yeah, I can't just print an array. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Serial print ID wall serial print buff 0. Oops. The parenthetical highlighting makes it hard to see. Buff 0. Comma. This is where a for loop might be better. Yeah. I hit insert. That was easy. Don't correct me. I'm not looking at chat when I program. I'm not done. You guys are correcting everything I'm doing. Wait, I wanted that. Stop correcting me. Shush. Yes, loop uses semicolon. I would have gotten that in the... Again, you guys are not allowing me to run into the bumpers in this game of bumper pool. Part of programming is troubleshooting your programming when you get error messages. And so seeing me going through the error messages is part of the show. You guys got to let me program, all right? Let go. Now, how do we like print as hex? I could just... There we go. That's where the error was before, and I've written over it, so it's fine now. It just keeps that highlighted until you hit upload again. Not a great IDE thing, but whatever. Oh my God, there's a lot of Canvas messages going around. Notice C0 changes to D5 when I hit the button. C0, D5, C0, D5, C0, D5, C0, D5, C0. Whoa, big difference. Nope. Don't even know it's changing there. D5, C0, D5, C0, D5, C0, D5, 0, D5. So we know something changes to D5. Park button, D5. Buffer of 3. 0. That's 0 right there. 1, 2, 3. C0, D5. Boolean park button buffer of 3 is equal to, why is there a true false statement being evaluated right here? 0x D5. Park button is a Boolean. So yeah, that's being operated as a Boolean. Buffer of 3 is equal to 0x D5. That should go off and become true. And we saw it right there, but it's not going in. Why are not going in? Here, let's copy it and open up a Notepad++. Smith Clay with a good idea. Getting all the raw messages. Oh yeah, and wait, hold on. Let's clean up. Let's clean this up because these shouldn't be lines. Where's our serial print? I put print lines where I shouldn't have had print lines. That's why it's all busted up. Print line after comma, don't need that. Print the ID, print the wall, print all this crap, then print a line. Update. Yeah, the Boolean check is not going through. It's not checking properly with 0xd5, and I don't know why. Is it 0 based? I don't know what your kid's language is like. I don't know what based means. Am I basting it, or based on what? It might be 0 base, yeah. It might not be coming in as hex. I think it's coming in as 1s and 0s, though. And in that case, checking against 0xd5 should be framing it in the right stuff to be checked against. We are, of course, turning it into hexadecimal. If it was, it's definitely not coming in as base 10, right? What is buff? Asks the fat guy. Where's buffer being declared? Can read message buff of 8. uint 32t. Oh no, uint 8t. I hate it when they bunch this stuff up like this. It makes it weirder to read. So that's 1s and 0s. And so this would be interpreted as D5 and 1s and 0s. But for some reason, this isn't being read properly. And this is also a weird way to make like a Boolean evaluation, because you got the evaluation over here. It's weird. Did we uploaded this and now it's it's harder to see because it doesn't put the 0s ahead of things. Yeah, this is actually harder to read now. But if we look in this the slot, it's like the one little section in there. You can see it when I hold down D5, that activates that. And there's no other signal for anything else. But yeah, see, the third section of this becomes D5. There it's C0. Then it's D5. Is the GWS even awake? Dunno. Well, I could just literally go like that, and then nope. Nope. There. 407 and 1347. Wait, why 407? What is it printing that as? That's not right. Hold on. These all need to be in hex. So let me ID in hex. Those will print in hex. And then, yeah, 0 to 8, all in hex. And then new line. Okay, that'll be a little bit cleaner. Let's get that. If GWS wasn't awake, it would be serial print like 128. It sets it to true after. Hold on, let's yeah, we'll look at that part of the code in just a sec. Hey, little bits of progress, all right? We're making progress. Whoa. Thought I'd get super frustrated at this and then we would give up. And I'd work on the brake pedal. There we go. So that's the 197 code. And you can see D5 whenever I hit the button. If I wanted to go further into this, I would probably evaluate this and make the serial print rows all the same size, so it prints all the zeros. There's also print functions. I could use printf to do that as well, I think. That would stabilize things a lot more. Let's let me try it. Printfs are slow, but I think we can manage it. Arduino printf. Oh god, AI is so fucking annoying. All right, printf on Arduino. Yes. So what was it again? You use we used to have a line of code that I kept going back to. Do you ever use AI for troubleshooting things like this? Hell no. I hate it. I hate it so much. We tried to use AI a while ago, so it wasn't as good as it is now. And we tried to use it for like printing stuff to a screen, and it did okay for that. But I know more than AI, so I'm better at it. Yeah, if you use it for troubleshooting, you may not really learn. I'm trying to do so Arduino printf number of digits, I guess. Trying to lock it into doing two or three digits. Sprintf. I think just printf in Arduino, I'm not sure. %02 or something. Let's find out. Let's see if it accepts it. It's probably going to yell at me for that. Yeah, it hates it. It hates it. I don't know if I forget how to do it in Arduino. What's backwards? Do I do hex and then? Oh no, has no member printf. Sprintf? No. Okay, so I forget how to do this. We had code for it at one point, but I forget what that code is. And if it was in hex, why doesn't it print both digits? When there's zeros, the Arduino IDE gets rid of it and doesn't put it into prints for serial. And so you have to find some weird, clever way to do that. I remember there was like a printf function in one of the things we used, and it was really clever, and it did this great job of cleaning up a serial print. It was many, many projects ago, and I don't remember where that code is. So goes before O2D goes before buff. So it'd be, well, but it doesn't even recognize printf. It doesn't know what printf is unless I install a library. Sprintf is supposed to be without serial. Okay, hold on. Arduino print leading zeros. It's a common problem in serial prints. And I forget what we were using, but somebody was able to put me straight on that, and it did a great job. In the past, I've made entire functions that would look for the number of zeros ahead. And going to forms is not often a great solution here. Yeah, you can check individual digits with an entire function. Good Lord. I've done it before. It's made some very good serial prints, but it's not really what we're trying to do here. Ugh. Yeah, very common. All right, well, unless somebody knows specifically how to do it, it's fine. It just means things are going to be a little lumpy when they come out. Change it back to print line. What, so they're each on a different line, and then I could print a bunch of lines at the end and then make like a block between the signals, and then they would look a little bit more consistent with one another. But then you can't look at a lot of data at once. That's the problem with that. See, with the way we have it now, we see sort of a rolling status message. There's a 55E in there. But okay, so anyway, what we've established is that D5 does exist on 0, 1, 2, 3 when I hit the button. That's actually happening as I physically hit this button. That one line changes to D5. Vision printf. I don't know. It needs to exist in the Arduino IDE of whatever serial printf. Oh. 0x02n value. Oh, that actually does look familiar to me. Let me see if copy paste actually works here. Oops, it does. Okay. So like that. We'll just test it for that one. I'm just going to see if that works. Oh yeah, that's right. Printf doesn't exist. It's gonna give me the same error now because you can't see it. It highlights print, but then the F is not highlighted. The F is the F is white, so it doesn't actually recognize it. Darn. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I remember there being some code that did it. Oh wow, we've got all kinds of weird stuff going on here. Why is it zeros and 60s? Did it go to sleep or something? Whoa, what is our data? Did the Arduino reset? No, let's try resetting here. Something weird. Uh-oh. Serial's not happy with me. There it goes. And it reestablished itself. So yeah, the part of the message that it's getting is saying D5. And so if it gets D5, park button is equal to true. GWS awake, last draw, raw, serial print, GWS raw, blah, blah, blah. If, else if park button. So is GWS awake not becoming true? If not GWS awake is equal to true. Last raw is equal to the current raw. Serial print GWS is awake. We're not getting that. Why would we not get to that part? Because even if it was... Boolean part button from the buffer of 3 is equal to 0xd5. And we're seeing right here, it is in fact 0xd5. That's definitive. I can see it. I'm looking at it. It's right there. I see you. I see you lying to me. 0, 1, 2, 3, D5. Button pressed. Let go, C0. Comment all this out. If ID is equal to GWS ID and length is greater than 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, which would mean 4, who's IDing? Buffer of 3 is equal to 0xd5. Is that comparing a non-text to a hex? Well, that's what, so we want to see, serial print line oh my god, this thing is slowing us down. Okay, serial print line. Fuck. And then if ID is equal to buff, or no, if buffer 3, we're just going to do that same evaluation. So we'll see if my fuck button works. Oh yeah, poke my, never mind. Doink. Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay, so the evaluation works. Like that ends up being true. And we print. So my fuck button works. Good to know that I have a functioning prostate at my age. You can see the GWS thing, so the ID check works as intended. Have you any experience on SIM card hats or other devices that you can put a SIM card into that aren't phones and tablets? No. No idea. Move it to the else for GWS awake, but then this would print. Ah! Where did my code go? Where do I'm lost. Help. Where's my fuck button? Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, because if park button, if confirmed gear, gear P, all that stuff is standing in the way. So let's just check up the line, I guess. So if GWS is awake, and we know this is evaluating too, I guess we can just move this code, yeah. Wait, what was going on with that? Oh, yeah, it should be on the other side. Or no, this doesn't need to exist. We don't need that. Probably, that was from this printer, yeah. Okay, so fuck button is there. So if I hit the button, this should print the thing. Confirmed gear. T holds start greater than 500. Confirmed gear is equal to gear P. Started locked in park. So that's where the variable begins. Yeah, it's up top. It's a UN8P, and gear P is equal to 20. 20. Map raw to gear. 3F. Huh, okay. Well, let's see if we get into this part of the loop here. So we want GWS to wake up. If it's not awake, it'll wake up with a signal. GWS, which we actually do get this serial print, but now we want to get, since GWS awake becomes true, we're going into the else. And so we go into the else, and if our buffer of 3 is going to be D5, we're going to print our F word, our naughty word, but something else, like if park button, that should be true. You think it's the on 136, this guy right here. Confirmed gear does not equal gear park. If it doesn't equal park, it equals park. Park button latch to park. Wait, that would mean that confirmed gear, hold on a sec, we can do a Hail Mary on this. We can do a Hail Mary on this. Confirmed gear is equal to 0. Yeah. Welcome to microcontroller logic, everybody. Initial states are very important on your variables. The monkey wrench theme is stuck in my head. It's really bad. It's been in my head for months. Park. Although that's all we get. Yeah, so I just latched park and it... Who wants to go on a wild goose chase? Yeah, I know. Well, I can't get it to do anything else. We got it to the next step. Only there was nothing to do. It didn't do anything. So we're in gear P. And we got the message latched park. Park latched is equal to true, pending raw, 0F. This is a sloppy way to do else. I know, we're taking little tiny baby steps. Each step down the staircase to hell is lined with effort. What buffer 3 is it if you don't put it in park but try to change gears? I know, we're going to know more than I ever wanted to know, as I just wanted this thing to do the business of CAN bus stuff, right? I didn't want to know this thing intimately, because I'm not going to use it for anything. What am I going to do with this? I could have it go into different simulator modes or something. It's just like a glorified selector switch. It's ridiculous. I got to close the window. I'm freezing. Even though my thermometer says 76. I need like a local thermometer. My legs are falling asleep. It's cold. Okay, I'm stuck on my own sim setup. All right, so 1/2 step at a time. We're kind of getting through the logic of this thing and figuring out some stuff. It turns out there's some kind of logic poison in the system where if we get it into the park button being pressed, it locks up the logic. Because GWS awake is equal to true, and then somehow there's like a catch where when we hit the park button, this latches into park. Park latched is equal to true, pending raw is F. I don't know if we get to the rest of this stuff. As soon as the lever moves, clear park latched. If raw does not equal last raw, park latched is equal to false. That's if not park button, and we get through this stuff, which I think we do. So we get all the way through confirmed gear does not equal gear P, confirmed gear is equal to park, park button latched park, done. So we were able to do that. So then now that the lever moves, which I wasn't able to confirm that the lever moving did anything. I don't know if we need to like send something to get the lever out of that state. Let's see what they do. Send message buffer, status counter. Shifter init test. Set shifter statuses to stuff. Init done is true. So they've got like a shifter initialization test that they run on a delay to put it through all the different stuff. Lever position movement codes. Shifter middle, E, 3E, 1E, 7E. And when we were printing mad instructions, we didn't see any of those statuses. Go back to the instructions printing. Just see what we see. It's weird that it falls asleep though. Park thing turns off. Okay, code's running again. We got crazy messages going on until we wake it up. I guess I gotta hit reset on it. It'll eventually sort itself out, but there we go. And then I hit this and it latches and then we're stuck. So so when I'm moving it down one, what happens? 3E D5 is parking. So we get a 3E message when I move down. Where does that end up? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna move it down and then I'm gonna unclick auto scroll. And then I'm looking for (3E). I can't find 3E, so it's not sending. When I pull the lever down, we're not getting like a status on that. Saw 5E. Was it 5E is side move up. There's a 5E. That's 55E though. That's not the stat. 197 is where we should be seeing it, right? Up is down, down is up. That might be 5E rule set. Yeah, there's the 5E. 005E. Maybe down is up and up is down. You're right. So 3E might be the other direction. Let's try it for a 3E. So I got a two-handed up, auto scroll off. There's 5Es all over the place. Control F3E. No 3Es in the entire thing. And yet I've got multiple 5Es over here. It'll be 6E. None of those. In what location? Why is it all the way out here too? Buff 7, 5E. Let's, here, I got an idea. Let's hunt that 5E and see if it correlates to my movement of the shift lever. Let's just do and buff of 7, 5e 0x 5e. Or how about if buffer of 7 like that. So if there's any data in buffer 7 other than 0, it'll print it. 7 or 6. 6, 7. I'll scroll. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. But it's printing here. Like, that doesn't seem right. And I'm not touching the lever right now. Although junk data kind of swirls around when it's not running, but that's not really junk data. It's actually like legitimate message traffic. But it's just weird that it would be in buffer of 7. Where does this do anything with buffer of 7? No, where's it looking for the shift status then? Park latch and raw does not equal pending raw is equal to raw 0 print, holding detent raw 0x, else if now minus t hold start is greater than 500 and gear does not equal confirmed gear is equal to gear. 0 print, held 500 milliseconds, latch 0x, pending raw ff. What the fuck? What is this code? I hate this code. I hate it. Send message buffer, dummy 1 ID 08A, C0E0. That's sending the dummies. Start the heartbeat, sends 05E. And counter EGS plus plus confirmed gear as position 2. So really we want position 2 to equal 5E, not buffer of 7. Check out what position 2 is doing. Let us look at this. If you don't latch it at a park on boot up, can you shift it into gear? I'm not certain yet. Hold on 1 sec. Because it's not shifting. It shouldn't be a permanent latch on park. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm just going to see if my print comes through with any data here. E0, E0, 3E. Oh, there's a 3E. Yeah, there's 3E. So it comes through 03E, 03E, 03E. What if I go the other way? That's 1E, and that's 2E. And that's UE. So we've got position 1, 2, 0, that's just E, 3E, 4. So that data is being sent out. It's this logic that's fuck. Huh. And then if I hit P, park button latched. There's just no way to get out of it. So it's just the logic of the program. We actually do have confirmation of movement. Oh, look at that. When we're in park, it doesn't, once we've latched to park, it's not recognizing our code isn't running. Buffer of 7 sees the signal shift. That's not buffer of 7. This is buffer of 3. Oh, buffer 7, what is that? Signal shifter movement, and buffer 3 is actual movement? I'm not sure. All right, so basically the logic of this program needs a little bit of work. It seems like I can send it, I'll probably be able to send it a signal that it's in reverse or neutral or drive. We were able to get the backlight working though. There's just some weirdness about this program and the way this program does it. If I try to move it into gear, no. What about unlock? Park and move, no. Hold down park and latch, I don't know. What is this button? Does this button have any? No, that doesn't show up in that part of the buffer. That side button, I don't know what that does. So if I bring back this, and we get rid of, where was that print line? Somewhere around here. There it is. Nope, that's not it. Oh, if buff 7, yeah. Wait, if buff 7, that was printing out, oh yeah. Serial print line buffer 2. Why was I doing that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why was I doing that? Hold on a second. If ID is equal to GWS ID. See, I was checking to see if buffer 7 was populated and I forgot to get rid of that. So if ID is equal to GWS ID, serial print the buffer 2. Well, we'll do the length check too. I mean, I could just move this to inside of there. I guess that's the same damn thing. So if I just print buffer 2 here. Yeah, I didn't need to do that that way. Oh well. Buffer of 2 is the raw anyway, so I could just print raw. Buffer 7 shows the shifter movement happened. Buffer 2 shows the direction of movement. Is that true? It didn't seem that consistent though, because we kept getting stuff in buffer 7 with no like good data in there. We see zeros and E's. Now we're just getting E, 3E, 4E, E, 1E, 2E, E. And then that latches it into park, and then we don't see the movement anymore because our loops are fucked. We need a way to unlatch park. You were only getting buffer 7 when you moved the shifter. It was 0 the rest of the time. But it was printing. It wouldn't have printed if it didn't get anything. I want to look at all of my stuff again to see where that side button is. I'll upload that real quick. Pretty good progress. We're getting there. There's just some weird stuff about how this program is working. It's too hard. Let's give up and go to the beach. It's true. We should. We should indeed. Now this code came from a different article. It's probably in the stream project section. The code that I'm using right now that's kind of a little fucky, but it's a very similar shifter and the signals seem to be the same. But man, we're making good progress. I mean, stuff is definitely happening. Okay, so here's everybody. And so we can see the E line, and I can see it change to 3E. And when I hit the side button, is anything happening? No. Nothing is correlating to the side button. Whenever I hit the side button, the serial print kind of lags just a little bit. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, this is a very sloppy way to do it, but here, how about, well, what's that? The byte 0 is a counter, it seems. 68A378C. Which one is the counter, actually? Oh, the serial monitors hates me. Yeah, the bouncing. Unfortunately, I can't, you know, unless I make something that will... Uh-oh. The serial monitor hates me. Latch it into park. Yeah, so something else is just going on with the logic, and we can probably correct that eventually, just working through it. But it's very annoying. The my serial print is also causing things to be a little bit unhappy. Let's just unplug the USB. Oh, the program itself is hating me? Yeah. You think tabs, would that work? Because one thing influences where the other is, and so it ends up kind of being wishy-washy like that. For lining up the values of the serial monitor, maybe try checking if the value is less than 10 first. If it's less than 0x10 first, and then if it is, print a 0 and then the value. Yeah, the extra check is going to take a couple of cycles, but... So it would be, let's see, if... buff of I is less than or equal to 0x10. Serial.print 0. That might stabilize us a little bit more. Arduino is like ridiculously slow. Something bad is happening. I don't know. Do we have a memory leak? Oh boy. I may have to check up on Arduino. It doesn't like long serial things, I guess. Rewrite the microcontroller. And done. There. Damn it. It's still, like, something is still broken with the serial monitor now. All right, let's close Arduino and start it up again. Start her up. This computer is kind of cursed. As a project computer, it's had a lot of kind of really cursed stuff happen to it over the years. So... So that article's really good for getting the signaling, this one right here, but the program was actually best for the values that it already had. It's just its logic was a little bit cursed. Open recent. The CAN tester. COM8. Serial monitor. Oh, that is so much better with the 0 check. Holy crap. Good call. Okay, so there's those. When I hit the side button, nothing happens. See, that 5e just kind of appears in location 7, in buffer of 7. It just shows up every now and then. But again, I don't see anything changing with the side button, the unlock button. I guess that's within the shifter itself or something. Yeah, so our response to 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4E are just what we need to worry about here. And then the park button is a catch-all. Once we go into park, it just locks us up there. I don't know how we get out of it. It should be whenever you move this thing, it gets you out of park. So we just have to look at the logic. Although once it's locked, you can see we're not printing out that part of the hex thing anymore. It doesn't recognize it. The 5Es are the other ID? Oh, I see it. The one that's jumping in there, yeah. Okay, so that... Is that after a check that we're doing all of our prints? Here, let me close this so it doesn't get overwhelmed. There's our hex printer. If can message available is equal to can, check the receiver. And then we load everything up into our buffers and stuff. We make our buffers and then we load it up into the buffers. Yes, I know there's an unlock button on the side, but it doesn't do anything. Press the button and shift into drive. Boy howdy. There are no shifting. There's no shifting here. It's 1, 2, and then 1, 2 in the other direction. There's two up and 2 down. Unlock does not have any. It doesn't do anything, it seems. But something is wrong with the logic to get us out of park. And if I go, I don't know, guess where drive is and hit unlock, or hit unlock and go to drive, see, it doesn't do anything. Put the debug after line 120. 120. So we're getting into GWSID and length is equal to 4. So this is just printing everything. So if we do that, then we're only going to see 197s. Oh. There. So that'll print the ID, which will just always be 197. And then we'll get a wall, and then we get our printout of all the data, nice and spaced out. And if the value is less than or equal to 0x10, we print a leading 0 so that everybody is nice and blocked in. Whoa, why did your message get all weird? Why are you calling me streamer? To see progress with a different micro, has streamer blindly tried using the GitHub repo code with this micro? I mean, we're making progress on this. It's fine. Let's upload it. Yes, I did. There was no signal to correlate with the unlock button. Yeah, Short Lurker cracked this egg. He cracked this one wide open. We were looking at this for a little bit, this one that has all the different signal messages in it and has a very similar, the part number is almost exactly the same, except that it's a different shifter, which is really weird. But we were able to get a lot of different functionality. We have the park thing working, and we have our message traffic going in here. So we can see that on the third 012, wait, 012, that's the second position of the buffer. Wait a second. It goes to 3E and 4E and 2E and 1E and UE. And if I hit the park button, it goes to D5. Of course, that locks us out, and now we don't have anything. So I got to hit reset. Hold on. I'm going to reset there. Why isn't it scrolling? Did it freeze? What happened? Starting in park latched, it doesn't do that. We don't have it starting in park. Uh-oh, my COM port is blown up. We're asking a lot of the COM port here. Why did it stop? Wait a minute. I want to see a 0x202 message light up the shifter. Is 202 the, like, whatever it is? Hold on. Is that a backlight? Because we did send it, and I think it lit up the backlight. It wasn't very bright. Okay, see 3E, 4E when I move the lever. And now when I hit unlock, nothing changes. See, there's no signal for the unlock button. Oh, it's okay. I think we're still sending the backlight, but I don't see the backlight lit up right now, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, the unlock doesn't correlate to anything. Maybe it's on a different CAN bus signal. Yeah, I think I can probably bump up the backlight a little bit, but could unlock be a modifier? If I go here to 3E and hit unlock, what's that other message doing? There seems to be a 1 that appears in the 5th position. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4th position. 4th position gets a 1 every now and then, but I'm not... That isn't really correlated. If I go all the way down to 4E and I hit unlock, nothing. Nothing changes. So maybe something has to be in a different, like, maybe it needs to get a signal? Is that from the other ID you never uploaded? No, I uploaded. Yeah, see, 197 is not changing. We're specifically looking at 197 right now. Oh, man. It seems like we need a little bit more code for that. Yeah, and 5E still comes in through buffer 7 for some reason. It's good that we're getting actual communications on this, though. I don't know what was wrong with the RP2040. It might have been handling serial differently, or maybe all the shenanigans around 3 and 5 volts were causing some issues. But now that we've got them both running, everybody's at 500 kbps, which gives me a little bit of hope that maybe the seat runs on 500 kbps, and the rest of our CAN bus system, which we are inventing out of nothing, can also have 500 kbps. And we'll have to make up our own CAN IDs and come up with, I don't know, maybe a way to debug and stuff like that. But this is just the very beginning of a very long and involved process. But it's good. I mean, you know, these struggles happen. You get through them. Now, if I set that, I could set this to send it different parking statuses, and I think that's probably in the code. There's just something not clicking in that code. I don't know what's wrong with it specifically. That would be troubleshooting for another day, I think, because this is enough of a win for me that we can see that I'm shifting the thing around. Now, if I think I still have the backlight thing on here, turn backlight. Although we could if different ones are triggered, I could send it. But where's, okay, turn backlight is up here. FF0000. Send CAN message buffer 202, and it's 404 payload. But the payload is FF0000. What, like full backlight? BMW KCAN full backlight backshot command. We're hitting my fuck button. We're turning on the back shots. What's going on? What is all this? What are you doing? That's a lot of arrows. What is this? No. E90 KCAN 101, page 1,000,000. I hate search sometimes. Looking for 202 on forums that are from 2020. Cool. There's a subreddit for it, huh? Oh, hold on. Don't dox me. No, it didn't dox me. Oh, because I don't log into Firefox. That's right. 1E7, blah, 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 blah. Control F, backlight, nothing. Why is there no repository where it's easy to find these things? I know, I was thinking of just effing it up and seeing if it'll go to full. Maybe that's all we can do. It's going to highlight the date, isn't it? What the hell? How does this thing even work? Weird. Broken search. All right. I'm not going to find anything immediately. I was reviewing a PR and got dragged back to to the stream hearing fuck button. Well, we turned the park button into a fuck button for a little bit. So whenever I hit the park button, it would serial print fuck. That's a good way of testing it. Right now, when we do hit the park button, it kind of latches us into a mode that we don't want to be in, which is kind of annoying. It does confirmed gear does not equal gear park. Then it turns it into park. And then park latched is equal to true. What does it then do? Pending raw FF. Weird. Okay, yeah, so let's just like YOLO some Fs in there and see what happens. So where are we doing that? That would be turn backlight. You're still searching like it's 2024. Ask the AI. Have you ever gotten a good response from AI when you're searching for stuff like this? I've never, not even once. Yeah, you'll get an answer even if it's wrong. Wow, what a great question. Here's an answer. Try plugging tinfoil into the electrical socket. Code going in. I expect this thing to be incredibly bright. There's no backlight. There's not, the backlight's not on. It's not on. It's not on. It's not, there's nothing. There's nothing. Well, this will just stop CAN bus from doing anything. See, that just latches it, and now we get nothing. We get no shifting. And I can't get out of it. I have to, so the reason that I was looking at the unlock button, I was looking to see if this had a unique code, we could have that get us out of the park button. Conundrum. But what I can also do is we can go down here to the code and I can just get rid of this latching crap. Oh, I have to do it all at once. And then these I want to turn back into zeros. Byte payload of 5, 202, and then 0, 1, and 2. All right, let's just see if this works. If park button park does not equal park. I don't know. Oh, you mean if, just put that in, if the park button is set and the park button is pressed, then it does not equal. Yeah, that is, so I'd have to work that in. Nah, it'll just be a mess. And whenever I hit this button, fuck. 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 Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. 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 Fuck, 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 fuck. Anyway, YouTube's not gonna like that. See, 1E, 2E, 3E, 4E, F-bomb. Yeah, it's not permanent anymore because I got rid of the loop that puts it into... See, like I said before, this is a microcontroller thing. It's a logic thing. It's not a shifter thing. The shifter thing, if we send it that it's in drive, we might be able to get it to be able to click over and do the plus-minus shifting. Yeah, park latch is equal to true, and then you'd need something to break it out of that. I thought that all the code would be there in order to actually instigate all the different functions, but it looks like something's missing because when it gets the 1, 2, 3, and 4E's, it's not doing what it should do. But what I can do is you know, get it in drive with other. I could program it so that it goes into drive, but I thought it would have some kind of an association with the 1E, 2E, 3E, 4E. See, this should be clearing it. But for some reason, it gets into a state. So if the park button is pressed, park latch is true, then why is it not unlatching when you hit the park button again? Raw doesn't equal last raw. Park latch is equal to false. And then T hold start now. Holding detent raw 0x. Holding detent. So that'll hold back the lockout maybe? Pending raw 0xFF. What the hell? I don't know. Yeah, is it supposed to be... Is it supposed to be another else if? Like, is it part of this? Because this is... The park button is pressed. And then I think it's supposed to be part of, like, this, else if the other thing. This is why you would want to, like, put them into functions. Just if this, do this function, else do this function, else do this. Yeah. If it's blocking, then I take this and put it above. Yeah, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. Wait, that was the wrong one. Control Z. If this, else that, else this. So we take this one. And we put it up here. This is clunky. If that, else this. And then this one should be also another else on that if, right? Because that one terminates, what the? If that, else this, yeah, and then else this. So this is why I like doing them in line. They're less clunky. And this actually needs to be indented one. Or no, this needs to be back one. There we go. So it's if, else, else. And then we can turn all this stuff back on. We can turn this off. We can clean that up a little bit. And then check this one's there. That one's the all the way up here, right? Yeah, all the way up here. If ID and GWS, if the GWS is awake, otherwise, if it is, or sorry, if it's not awake, wake it up. Otherwise, as soon as the lever moves, clears park latch. Otherwise, we can latch with the park button. Let's just see if that works. Compile, compile, compile. Please. I really like in something like this that has like a big logic tree, I like to push stuff to functions. Like all of this coding right here would be pushed over to a function. All right, so what's this? Expected thingy-majig before else. Okay, so we've got thingy-majigs that are rogue. We have rogue bracketry running about. That's probably not meant to go there, huh? All right, let's start at the top. Void loop. Where do you think you terminate? Okay. That one's local, that one's local, this one's local. These are all the dummy signals. This should encapsulate all of that. That's doing pretty good. Then we go to the one above it. That encapsulates all of this. If GWS ID, so we're still in, so now it's when we can, we have our CAN message available, we read it, and we have the right GWS ID associated. So that would be the 197. And then that's this else, which should be sitting at the bottom of everything. That's if the park button, and that's if that one. So where did I mess up? Oh, okay, yeah, so that's the one. That's the one. My dog is barking, and she will not stop barking. So wait, was that supposed to be a separate else statement, and I was just reading the lines wrong? That's probably the case. If this was back here. Oh, well. Oh, well. Why are you highlighting all the way up there? Oh, my God, these are all messed up. These are all wrong. Okay, so that one is here. All of that stuff, which means that terminates there, and then this terminates there. So if that, if this, and then we go outside of that. Oh my God, my dog is going psycho at the door right now. What is going on, Willa? That one wants to go to the previous else. But this one goes to that if, this one goes to that else. Did I solve it or is it still fucked up? I can't tell. I hate this. I did check out part 3, yes. I got a video of the little Python interface. That's pretty cool. What error is doing is it's showing that this else has an uneven number of brackets on it. And I'm just trying to find out where it is, because I think it's this one and not this one. If this one's wrong, then that goes to there, and then where does this one go? That one goes to this if. So that one goes to this if, that one goes to this if. I think I'm gonna try running the code again, because that seems to be, everything seems to be resolved here. That one does that. So I think we're good. Let's try it. Auto format. Well, the problem is if you mess it up, you know, your else statement might be out in the breeze. Now I still got the same error. Son of a bitch. Oh, let me close the COM port. All right, let's start over. Loop. If this. All the way down to here. That one's good. If this, if our UID is correct, we do one of these 3 things. For that, that's our serial print. We don't worry about that. That one's fine. If GWS is awake, do that. Otherwise, do that. Otherwise, do that. So in this, which is encapsulated in there, if this, park latch false. If park and gear, this. If that, else this. And that closes that one. Else, all this stuff. If the park button, do all this crap. If the gear P, do all that crap. I don't see it. What the hell's going on? Why can't I find it? You can help. Oh. So in order to do that, we just like double else C++ doesn't like. I see. So it just doesn't like doing that. Because we need some evaluation up here. Yeah, I guess else if else. But I need an if statement in there. What would the if statement be for that? If GBWS is not awake, else what? Or do we have 2 different else ifs that I'm not understanding? I don't really understand how the logic of the later part of the code here, so I don't know exactly what's where my else's are ifing off of. If raw does not equal pending raw, else if blah, blah, blah. Does it have to go to with this one? Go back to before you swapped. I refuse. I'm making this an else if, and we're going to see how fucked up our code is. What I really should do is just rewrite this code for me. Yeah, I should understand the code better before I start screwing around with it. Or just program my own logic using all of the information that this thing has, which is probably what I would end up doing. Oh, it still hates it. All right, fuck this. Control Z. I'll bring back the fuck button. There, we're back to FF territory. What behavior do you want to have happen? You have to actually tell the shifter that you're in a gear in order for it to light up what gear or what mode you're in, park, reverse, neutral, drive. So I wanted this to actually function in that manner, just so that we can see park, neutral, drive, etc. The fact of the matter is what I was trying to do originally was just get something communicating on CAN bus so that we can get an intro to it and that we know that there's a device that we could hook up where we could see CAN behavior and start to actually sort of remind ourselves how to do programming and CAN bus and all that fun stuff. So we have a 500 kbps signal going through, and we have a byte that we can look at in order to instigate some kind of a change in a device. There's a command 3FD that you send to put it into drive and manual mode and light them up. That allows you to put it in drive, neutral, reverse, manual. So if I send a command 3FD at the end of setup, hold on. MCP normal, setup begin, go into drive or something. So void, go into drive or something. And then byte payload of 5. And then we're sending it 3FD. I don't think do I need to have a payload in it at all? Unlock button doesn't report via codes. If you hold unlock and then move the lever, it allows the movement codes to be sent even in park mode. That allows you to get out of park mode. We tried that, I thought. Here, if I lock it into park mode. Oh yeah, it's still a fuck button, never mind. Because I tried holding the button down and moving it, and it didn't seem to send the signal. Right, yeah, going into functions for that would have made the branching and nesting a little bit easier for me to understand. I just did it quickly and didn't really. Maybe I should zero out the payload. We'll just do that. Okay, try that. Payload needed, it's a bit more involved than that, just sending 3FD. You have to set the mode to 8.0 drive or 4.0 reverse. Oops. Well. La 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 la. Yeah, it doesn't know what it's doing. Okay, close that. Error opening port COM8. Oh no. Did this mess up again? Yeah, I think it did. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can upload, and otherwise I need to like turn it off. And yeah, that was the ejector seat command. It destroys all software and ejects the driver. It's in the article. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm just not reading. I'm doing microcontroller stuff and playing around. Oh, it did upload. But is the COM port broken? No, it's not. Okay. Well, it doesn't appear to be initially in drive, so I probably sent it to a wrong signal. Fuck button. Fuck button. All right, I'm done. My brain is mush. We made a lot of progress today. We actually got stuff out of the CAN bus and we got CAN communication going, which is really the goal. Getting this thing to actually work will take, I don't know, I could retool the logic and, you know, get it so that I can send it the proper signals to make it do stuff. Well, actually, what I could do is send it here. Where's the article? Where's the drive command? Actually, that's the drive commands in our other code too. 2, 4, 6, and 8, and then shifter status codes for GWS. So 81 is drive. And that's 3FD. Where's that established? That's 202. 3FD 08. So that actually needs a CRC on it. That's the problem. So I would need to calculate a CRC. So how's this guy sending these codes? I wonder if that's what's going wrong with this one too. The backlight code may not have a CRC on it. Where are you sending? Send EGS, send heartbeats, send dummies. UN8 HB heartbeat ID. CRC8 BMW. Oh my God. This is how they're sending this stuff. So if I take send EGS, and I don't need the counter, and I don't need EGS ID. So if I copy that, and we bring it down to the status OK to go into drive or something. And hold on. Take that code. We don't need the if statement on it. UN18 message of 8, 0, and then counter EGS, and then confirmed gear. Oh, is that what's actually sending it into the... EGS ID is... Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this code. I thought it would be easier. It's got all the gear bytes here, so gear MS I could put it into. EGS ID is 3FD. So actually the code is in here in order to send it anyway. So yeah, the EGS needs to be incremented with everything else. That's already in there, so my go into drive or something message is not a good idea. Turn on backlight didn't really work, did it? But I can use this code in order to get it to like actually go into gear. Now minus T hold start. Like, do I have to hold it in order to pop it back out? I'm gonna have to go over this code. It's gonna be boring. Yeah, I don't know why you're telling me this. I think it's like we read the article. There's a bunch of other stuff that needs to happen. This program will do that. I just need to make sure that the logic is all set up properly. I believe the park button when locked needs a key in unlock message. The park button when locked needs a key in unlock message. That stuff is kind of covered in the part 3 and seen in the Python UI. See unchecking park lock. I see. So this isn't set up as a game joystick. It's more on the logic of how the car would actually run this. What is this button gonna do? Well, right now it fucks. And that's all it does. So what we're doing is we are building a sim setup, and the sim setup is pretty involved. My brother dropped off an entire goddamn car seat, and it turns out the entire goddamn gosh darn car seat has a whole damn computer that's smarter than you and me in it, and it communicates on the CAN bus. And so I wanted to get into CAN hacking a little bit so that we could potentially send signals through the CAN bus to the seat to make it adjust automatically, because it's full of motors. It's a luxury car seat. And getting into CAN means that we can make the other pieces of the simulator setup speak CAN, because the Open Force Feedback Board project uses CAN bus. And actually a lot of different systems use CAN bus in simulation and joysticks and stuff. And if I can make it all speak CAN, then potentially I could get it into a Raspberry Pi, and I can use Node-RED in order to reconfigure what buttons do what. And that way I can give chat control of stuff on the fly. I can change things around. You know, I can do all kinds of these cool things with the signals. What is the CAN hat you're talking through? Right now, it is just a 50 MCP 5152 or something board. It's just, these are available on like Amazon and eBay. This thing is natively, unfortunately, 5 volts, and we tried to hook it up to the RP2040, which is a 3-volt microcontroller. It didn't quite work out, just because the signals being sent from the 3-volt microcontroller weren't enough for this chip to properly communicate with. So this CAN hat, you can buy them in packs of 5. That's why I did it. And so we flipped over to a 5-volt, although old and incapable microcontroller. It would be very nice if I could figure out getting some of these as native 3 volts. Eventually, though, using the MCP, whatever chip this is, with the Raspberry Pi is going to happen, because we have a CAN hat on the Raspberry Pi. And now we have something that speaks CAN bus. Maybe I can, I don't know, twist this thing's arm enough to get it to function like a shifter, but that's not really the goal. That's not really the goal. But getting this thing to function would be kind of neat. Maybe I could put it in the sim setup somewhere for something. I don't know what. Cool stuff, though. It goes to show you, like, boy, listening to chat when they come in late to a stream and they don't understand what's going on is a thing. A lot of you guys really know your stuff, though. But it's like we covered a lot ahead of this stuff. We read like part of the article in there so that we knew what was happening. But the MCP 2515 board did a good job. Once we gave it all the proper voltages, we have an old school microcontroller sitting in there, and we were able to do serial prints of CAN bus lines. So that's pretty cool. I'll have to get into the logic a little bit more and see if I can do something with it. I don't know if I'm going to work on that on Wednesday. Thursday, if we're not going to do something completely different, and I'm going to switch gears and either build something physical or do CAD modeling of something, we will get into the Raspberry Pi part of this, but I fear the Raspberry Pi part of this. So I don't know what we'll do, but you guys have been great. I really appreciate all the help, and you guys knew to, like, you know, stand back a little bit when I was programming stuff. I appreciate that very much, because when you program stuff on Twitch, it can get crazy. But we made great progress. So did you get the Pi CAN hat stuff running? No. Now that I know that I have a CAN signal, we could have a better time with that, I'm sure. Put on the Dragon Ball Z music in the middle of the stream and remind everybody about your progress. What? Oh, last time on Oh Bother. Yeah, no, we're doing pretty good. We're getting there, you know? I have enough data coming out of this thing to kind of mess with it. I can get this person's program running, or what I can do is take a new program and line for line move over all the different logic pieces, and maybe put the stuff inside of those if statements into their own routines, subroutines that I run. And that way, when you read the code, that big logic tree isn't so daunting, right? So that would be my strategy going forward if I want the shifter to fully work. I don't care about the shifter, but I might want to get it to work so I could potentially plug it into the rest of the system. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm going to adjourn for now. I don't know if anybody else is around. Let's just check. Let's just... Money gun, what? Yeah, I appreciate you guys sticking around. Gonad is on? All right, let's file into Gonad then. Here's my end card. END, bonk. It's not really a card, it's just a thing. My Blue Sky got hacked, so ignore that part about it. I should probably just get rid of that. I'm really bitter about that too, because I think it was before two-factor even went to Blue Sky, and then, or even with two-factor, I forget, but my account started posting like porn stuff and it got banned. I don't know if I can appeal that or what. It's been a little while. Should be easy to write your own logic and give the joystick interface so it works. Yeah, using the parts of that code that build the packet and send it out, I can then just make my own logic. That's all it really needs. It just needs, like, the status needs to be established, and then the signaling for the status needs to be sent out, and that's it. So, all right, let's raid Flatulent Gonad. He's probably playing Winter Car. Raid Flatulent Gonad. Bonk. Is that going through? Oh, yeah. I've been programming slash. And then the dog goes crazy. Oh, it raid channel. I gotta get rid of the brackets. What the hell, man? Twitch, what are you doing? I'm gonna blame Twitch for that one. Yeah, you guys go raid a Flatulent Gonad, and I gotta take my dog on a walk. We're losing daylight. So let's go ahead and do that as soon as it lets me, which is now, and I will see you guys on Thursday. Thursday. And then I need to stop this thing, and I need to